All right, as we are back here taking a beautiful look at Kings Row, which shall be map number 2. This was Thomas's esports pick as they look to bounce their way back into this series after losing to Oasis here in map number 1.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting one because a lot of what we're gonna see is very likely gonna be matching what we saw them do on Oasis University. Not necessarily gonna be exactly the same. A lot of teams do like to opt for the Zarya instead of the D.Va in this situation. But D.Va has been a very popular hero just to pair with things just because of her versatility. There's a lot more peel, a lot more mobility, a lot more just extra utility that the Zarya doesn't provide in these situations. But because Kings Row is such a map where all those situations are minimized a lot because of the map geometry, Zarya becomes more of an option for a lot of teams. In terms of DPS, I do expect the mate to be played by at least one of the teams, if not both.
And that's one of the benefits of having the D.Va, is being able to shut down a Mei a little bit easier, at least when it comes to the ultimate, which can be fight-winning in of itself. But so far, neither team really showing us the Mei, which surprises me. CCE Blue heading on the defense, pulling out some double buffs. So this is something we saw plenty of in their Week 8 matchup, and they performed it quite well. Now, difference here is we've got Mercy on the Hanzo, picking up the other Shimada brother than what we expected.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe they just felt like that matchup that they were playing, they could just mess around on Genji a little bit. I mean, we do see teams that do that sometimes. We just, you know what, we just play what we want today. But it might also have to do with just the maps that we're getting, because we don't get the same maps every week, of course. And yeah, this is just the map that we haven't seen them on yet. We're going to be seeing whether what Thomas is going to be able to do on their attack, though. Going again with the double hit scan, Pranksters and Bookshelf on the Soldier and the Cassidy.
Neither of which are very long range, so Thomas Esports want to at least get in a position where they can kind of be in that medium range spot for maximum effectiveness from the 2 hit scan DPS. We saw some early poachers trying to block the rotation. Look like Thomas Esports kind of got stalled out up here, waiting for some cooldowns. It was the speed they were waiting on, and they're going to go just dive onto this high ground. By dive, I mean run emphatically straight towards it, try to find whatever picks they can. CCE Blue are able to read this and just rotate right back out. Now they're headed back to Statue, and a little bit of ring around the rosy.
Now you can put yourself in that defensive perspective, though, if you're Thomas Esports. You can just drop down on the point and use the archway to your advantage rather than the other way around. That's a very nice perspective, because anyone that dies would just put the pincer on CC Blue.
Well, and drop an Amp Matrix before everybody gets close, as the poor Butler, we got the raw end of that deal. Now CCE Blue trying to decide how they want to approach this. They're not close to Nano, so they're going to use Dragons in from behind and try to separate the team, and here come the tanks onto the point. Mercy able to pick up one from that back line, but Haas goes down. Was a big engagement tool. Rick Pig, the sole person to try to stall out this point. Oh, Wolf Raider just dropped into some nasty damage. Oh, and that is going to put the nail in the coffin, assuming these DPS don't bring it back. Mercy picks up another one. Are you kidding me? And the res is there. Herbie finally goes down, but not before Rig Pig is back on their feet and continuing the stall. 98% picked up. Mercy looking to finish this thing off. Haas has returned, and CCE Blue managed to hang on.
That was some crazy play there from Mercy and Herbie. I mean, Herbie already and Mercy both up to their second ultimate almost already, which is ridiculous to think about. And a lot of that, especially from Herbie, have been these gigantic dynamites. You saw Thomas Esports jump into like the upper corridor where Herbie's standing right now, and they just got 6-man dynamite on them. That's why Jay Gibby got the Amp Matrix so fast, which is also I spoiled making Jay Gibby will have another ultimate soon. But that was ridiculous to see. As we do have the next fight going on. Self-destruct is out from Cargo. We get the remake kill as well as the high noon onto Herbie there. Going to be eventually the point cap. They only needed that one tick after all, but it's the extra like 45 seconds that they would have otherwise already had for Street Space. And that is time bought, time won from CCE Blue that you just love to see for them. They do also use a fair few ultimates there. They only have 2 left, which is the Attack Visor and the Amp Matrix. But lucky for them, on the other side, CCE Blue also expended a lot for that fight.
And that extra time taken off the clock that you're talking about can become really important here on point B, particularly if they get stalled out towards the back. They could find themselves in a really difficult situation. So a really important fight coming up for Thomas Esports. They need to keep this payload trucking through and use those 2 ults very wisely. The Ant Matrix, the first of which to come out. But CCE Blue have already muscled their way past it. No value from the Ant Matrix. The Immortality Field quickly dissembled as well. Now Dragons into the bookstore. Oh, that looks dangerous. As Ryan was just watching those Dragons clip their nose, somehow managed to survive. But the backup is there with Mercy on the outside, picking off anybody who emerged. CCE Blue do hold on this bookstore.
What do you think dragons smell like?
Oh, I don't know.
Riot will know, because he could smell them for sure.
Yeah, we should ask Riot, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, if they win, we can. We might have an interview coming up here, but they do got to do a little bit more to win at least this map and try and bring the series at least to 1-1. Thomas Esports currently still sitting on that attack visor, which is probably going to be the most impossible ultimate to use. Like, what use are you getting out of that if the D.Va is still there and the Reinhardt's still there? Even if one of them is there, it's just impossible to get value. I mean, the biggest thing right now is that there is no sound barrier from Java Chup, but there's also no pranksters as alive, so it doesn't help you much.
Great read by Rig Pig, and Mercy lands an arrow through the Ant Matrix. And the Baptiste is gone. Now the Reinhardt is gone. A systematic defense from CCE Blue. They knew exactly how to approach that, and one by one picked apart their opposition.
And it's interesting because when you looked at them earlier at Thomas Esports, like on point A, they had a very systematic approach to their attack. But they don't get to make the first move this time around. They're not being kited, they're being engaged on by CCE Blue. And that's something we saw in CCE Blue's past games as well. They really like to make the move first. They really like to have a plan and just execute it before anything else can really happen. And Thomas Esports is kind of playing exactly into that.
Which is such a wise move, dictating the pace. Boss holding the corner right now, knows Riot has this shatter and doesn't want to overextend in this particular moment. Look at the Dragons coming out. Another proactive response to split Thomas Esports in half. The self-destruct attack visor finally coming in. The shatter invested as well there. Double kill remake. Thomas finally gets a chance to press Q and they make good of it.
Do press a lot of Qs at the same time. We'll say that much, but they do at least get the value. Get that cart rolling. I don't think they will get it quite to point B before the respawns are there, but they'll get a good part of the way there. And with the high noon and sound barrier, both sustain as well as poke and stall potential are definitely there. They just delete those shields before they even happen. But their main focus is most likely going to be on Rig Pig and get that out. But the Bob's going to stall first.
Self-destruct going over the top into the back. Sound barrier is there. Nicely timed by Spoiled Milk, keeping Thomas Esports at a full 6. Now it's going to be the battle for the corner, but Riot goes down. Hoss 91 to shatter. There's a lot of targets in front of him. Just looking for one to finish off that last 2%. By the time that's done, though, Mercy and Rig Pig have already come up with kills. 3K for Mercy in that fight.
They're going to be only 25 seconds. They're barely going to be able to make it back to that objective itself. That's such an aggressive posture here. Mercy already shooting these arrows into the spawn. Wants to find something while they still are trying to get out of the door. Almost does, actually. That's a dangerous one, because you might just lose a member just because there's some Hundo errors before you even get to the objective. Does back off here, but look, they have such a way to go and 5 seconds on the clock.
Shatter comes down. That's going to get blocked. But sound barrier is out from CCE Blue as they fall back to the car, recognizing somebody was back there. Managed to dismantle one. Prankster is still on this point, trying to buy some time for reinforcements to show up, but there's none to be found. The team is already gone. As Prankster sits there and wonders what happened to their squad. CCE Blue celebrate a victorious defense.
You just see, like, that what we were talking about, right? Not just the execution of plans, but the execution of things early. So, and that's just aggressive posture. In that last fight, you just see it. It wasn't really a fight. It was just CCE Blue going very far up, very aggressively, and just spawn camping, doing a lot of damage into their spawns, poking, not really fighting, but just whittling down health pools, blocking, just delaying the inevitable and being a huge nuisance. And then when Thomas Esports finally gets one or two members on the cart, they finally start actually fighting. But by then, it's already too late. It was like a desperate attempt to really get to the cart that couldn't really be used to peel for anybody.
And this goes back to that retake on point A, that when they bought all that time and how important that was. Then when you get to that very important fight on the back of point B, Thomas Esports had one chance, and that second chance just turned into a desperate attempt to try to touch. And so that retake on point A was oh so valuable and set up CCE Blue for success.
Like 45 to 30 seconds. Yeah, that's kind of what we're talking about. To a minute even. But yeah, that is pretty much what it turned out to be. Now, of course, we're going to have CCE Blue on the defense here as well. Or on the attack here as well first. Because they just did the defense. Thomas Esports now on the defense will be running a double barrier. It's going to be Reinhardt and Sigma. Prankster is still on the Soldier bookshelf on the Hanzo this time around. I mean, they're gonna try and take a page out of the Book of Mercy. They're gonna go for their the same strat they did on Oasis with that with that Pharah and that Ashe, but they will use the same tank. So it's gonna be Winston Zarya.
Yeah, and so which means Wolf Raider's going to be on this Ana to help support Winston and try to get these nanos built up. One thing of note, Spoiled Milk on the Zenyatta on the other side could make life a little bit more difficult for Mercy or anybody else who's got the Discord Orb on them. Don't see anybody targeted with that just yet. Just going to be a little rotation from CCE Blue while Mercy peppers in some shots to corral Thomas Esports back behind Hotel. And the bulk of CCE Blue continue their rotation all the way around.
It's going to be very interesting to see whether or not Thomas Esports can stave off this poke, and it doesn't look like they can.
No, Riot moves to the wrong side. Is by themselves. Oh, Barrage in the tiny roam is able to get one before falling, and the res is there, so no worse for wear. Mercy's back into this fight. Haas cleans up the inside of the Hotel. Squeaky clean, and now progress being built up on the point.
They're just going to cap it here. I don't think there's any real recontest that can come in here, and even if they do, it's just going to be feeding ult charge. So instead, what Thomas Esports is going to probably try and do is set up on this archway, but I think they're even too far back for that. With the speed, they got eliminated and the point got taken.
Looks like we're getting some swaps out. Haas going off of the Winston on over to the Reinhardt. Here comes the Mercy Genji. I've been waiting to see this all day, Classy.
Yeah, they're it's going to be a fun one to watch, that's for sure. I mean, there's a little bit more space to work with here as well without it being obnoxiously open fielded, so a lot more wall climbing and double jumping will be relevant. But for now, they have to try and get through the archway, which Genji's not necessarily the best hero for, I will admit. Then she switched a bit too soon, but with the nano coming in, no blade. You gotta know there's no blade yet, right?
No, but it doesn't matter. They go through Spoiled Milk and JKB. Both supports fall at the hand at Mercy Cyber Ninja and built up halfway to that blade. So a good nano, nevertheless.
Yeah, it worked out. And there wasn't really that much else you could give it to you. Maybe you can nano your Reinhardt. That's like the most viable thing, or a high charge Zarya. So those are really the prime nano targets. If you don't consider Boostio a nano target, of course, because you know that is still one of the most
that is still a viable option.
Valuable nano targets ever in terms of mental destruction of your opponent. But yeah, card's pretty much there, and that grab will probably stop anyone from touching. That's just the game.
Yep, big grab, well timed, and doesn't matter. You don't need to survive it. You just need to hold them off the cart.
Just you know, they won the fight with the fight before it. That's how they won the map already. The 2 real fight wins that they needed, Cargo Token's gonna get. This is a double remake kill, so that's why they get this.
Hey, I'm glad, because I want to see this. Because it's on
on
the both takes. On the both takes.
And the fun thing is, right, is that Rhea tried to help out with the Reinhardt with the Shatter, but the Shatter was really it didn't hit anybody, and it really wasn't necessary to complete that play.
Right.
But yeah, very fun map to watch. Not a very close map, but definitely a very fun map. And that makes me definitely, again, more worried here for Thomas Esports. It might just be a close top 3, potentially close top 2, with everyone else kind of being a league apart or further away. Not done yet, of course. There is still at least one map to play, maybe even more. But it's not looking good here for Thomas.
No, unfortunately, it is not. Match point here for CCE. We're going to take a short intermission. When we come back, we are headed to Escort and see if they can close out the series. Y'all stick around. More NECC.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill. I know life's short, so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led.
CCE Blue is up 2-0 over Thomas Esports at the moment after a clean 2-0 on Lijiang. Excuse me, that wasn't Lijiang, that was Oasis. I'm so used to starting on Lijiang Tower that it's just built in. But then we did go to King's Row, which is the other classic, and a nice hold on point B, or just before the entrance into the Foundry. CCE Blue were able to get that distance with barely any effort, it seemed, and now they're on match point.
Yeah, we're going to continue with the nighttime maps. It's going to be Dorado coming up. And Dorado, it's a fun map. But we saw CCE Blue play this before. And unfortunately, we know that they can play this map fairly well because they didn't let the other team cap point A. But there's a lot about Dorado that just screams high ground defense, high ground attack, Genji, Winston. Just things that we see CCE Blue be happy with, play well, have good control over. And we just don't know if Thomas Esports has the same ability to really work with any of that.
Well, we were talking about adaptations on map 1 because we saw Thomas Esport try to adapt when we went to Gardens to bring in the Sigma Roadhog composition, and they had some success with it, but just not enough time to really get back into that map. Now, Escort will provide them that additional time. The question is, do they still have that ability to adapt? Are they still willing to make those changes and not get too stubborn in their composition picks? Because CCE Blue are bringing exactly what they showed on tape. The only difference being Herbie on an Ashe as opposed to the Tracer.
Yeah, and it's been working out really well. I mean, good dynamites, good shots, good bobs, a lot of quick bobs as well. So I'm definitely all about it. But hey, question for you. Do you know actually what this first street is called where they're about to come out, on attack?
What the first street is called?
Yeah.
No, I can't say I've seen the street name of this first street.
Yeah, it's a fun one. It's basically Mission Street. And the reason for that is because the spawn, as attackers end in, is a mission, or a monastery, as you can call it. So that's why that's the street's called that.
Do you know what the statue is across from the courthouse? Oh, we'll talk about that in a second. You'll be thinking of your answer because we got a quick engage with the teleport right up into the high ground, but Ryan's already in a lot of trouble. Mercy fearlessly dives up there. Big dynamite, lots of low health bars for Thomas Esport, and they're scrambling to find some safety now.
Yeah, exactly. So going into this attack, they're trying to at least do something here, but this Reaper is going to have a tough time finding opponents unless the Winston jumps on them. But by the time there really gets value, usually the rest of their team is either already dead or he's going to get so much support that it doesn't matter. Mercy goes in a bit too deep though. They'll lose their Genji, and Java will not be able to res that. I mean, I hope they won't at least.
Yeah, Pricers was antied and low, and Mercy got a little greedy on that one. Now Haas has to back up because you don't want to face those Hellfire shotguns point blank. Rotation comes through the courtyard. Thomas coming in with an advantage, a big diamond over the top, and Riot's taking a momentary nap, but Pranksters is still on their feet, alive and kicking and putting down the hurt. Both supports absent now for CCE Blue, and Thomas Esports already doing a better job than the opposition we saw in Week 8.
Yeah, for sure. Bookshelf now trying to get through here. At least with the Zarya. Also trying to smack a few people around. Won't really get anything, but there's the Blade from Mercy finally waiting for it. Gets at least one pick, and the rest comes through. This might be a turnaround.
Oh my! Oh, I thought the healers were gone. DPS were out of there. Haas somehow manages to stall that thing out long enough just in time for Mercy to get back. What a play!
That was a huge play there from Thomas Esports. But the even huger play from CCE Blue, of course. Oh, almost considered remake elimination, but of course they do manage to punish that. 2 minutes on the clock still, though. The cart is almost there. Like, they do not have far to go. So, like, half a fight win, even a C9 potential could almost happen there. But they do need to get closer enough to it in the first place. They will have a bunch of ultimates to work with, though. Like, 4 are coming up really soon, and that Death Blossom is also almost around the corner.
Yeah, it could be combined with the Shatter or even the Self-Destruct. Get everybody huddled into a corner. See how they choose to use it. Haas going to drop into the back and receive the Nano Boost going on in. Trying to muscle down these tanks and already close to another Primal Rage. Grab is massive. That's got everybody in it. And Spoiled Milk wasn't quite close enough to that sound barrier. That's going to be a team wipe. Beautiful job out of Rig Pig. Coming back from spawn. Well, they're not even going to go back to spawn. They're just rezzed right back onto their feet. And in time to help burn down Riot. Another great defense from CCE Blue.
It wouldn't even have helped the Spoiled Milk at the sound barrier up because they weren't there yet. Like, they'd been killed at the start of that fight because Haas jumped on them. So that was another, like, just now we can just use the Grav here because they're not going to have barrier against it anyways. They will have a sound barrier for either the Bob or the Blade or both, depending on when they come out. But it's a little bit of a consolation prize in a hollow victory, even if they win it, because they only have 50 seconds left, so they'll barely be able to have enough time to get through B.
This needs to be a decisive attack to try and give themselves a second one if it fails. Still have that Bevy Wolves to work with, only using one. Thomas Esports will have 4 online, including both support ults. But Bookshelf goes down early. Herbie able to find that one and continues to pressure down while Haas jumps in from the high ground. Just putting in more hurt, making this slower and slower on the approach. Finally, the Coalescence comes out, and Thomas chooses to get aggressive, trying to speed in. They throw it on the Shadow, which is going to pick up 2, including Wolf Raider. So bulk of the healing now gone. Valkyrie used in absence of that. The sound barrier thrown in as well. Thomas Esports are making good of it, though. They had to get value off of that, and Bookshelf delivers, finding 2 priority picks to help Thomas Esports move on.
Seeing whether or not they're going to be able to get through B, but for now, at least they achieved the goal of capping the first point, which took them a while, and also required a lot of effort, a lot of success from them, which they eventually were able to pull through on. But now Herbie's going to have their high ground, which is way more prevalent than it was on A, as well as Haas and Rigpig, of course. Like, everyone will be able to fall from there, even Mercy. It's going to be a tricky one to get through, especially with their composition that is fairly unable to really contest high grounds en masse. But Bookshelf going on to Symmetra might change that.
And that's exactly what I was thinking too. Like, prior to the Symmetra swap, Cargo is the only one who can even think about challenging up there. And then you're running into a 1v5. Maybe 1v4 at this point, as both tanks are on the low ground. Another huge grab. Absolutely monstrous with the anti-nade over the top of it. Beautifully done. Mercy free to just dash their heart out through that one.
That's a nice play there. Just gets them in the grab. You don't expect them to do it there. And I think that's what often just gets CC Blue these attacks or these successes, where they fight in places and at timings that are very surprising to the other team. It's either too early or too late or just outside of a fight, and all of a sudden they create a fight out of nowhere. Nice Primal to block the teleporter play, but the self-destruct is still going to find something in Yavachuk.
Oh, that was so close. Yavachuk was almost undercover, but that self-destruct went up at the perfect moment. But here comes the Nano Blade, a rare Nano Blade. They don't do this often, but when they do, it's typically highly successful. One already under the knife. Now looking for another, but Mercy has to settle for just one. Nice sleep, and Pranksters gets Coach Gunned all the way off while asleep. Bookshelf making a swap, but they're slowly making through here, Classy.
Was good boop play by Spoiled Milk to block that Nano Blade. Like, a lot of that second dash just got kind of stuck on the wall, and I couldn't really do much more after that. Gonna go back in the back line, but will immediately just be deterred by the soldier.
And Thomas Esports are focusing all their attention forward. Nice Bionade, might slow him down. Bookshelf gets taken out. So that backline threat no longer there, at least the protection, rather, no longer there. Frenchers have thrown out a Death Blossom at some point, but I didn't see anything as a result of it. But CCE Blue are coming in with some ult and another grab. This one hits the front, finds both tanks. Not quite as massive as the previous two, but still effective nevertheless. Riot goes down with Shatter in their pocket. And here comes Mercy with another blade. That's going to find two immediately. Very quick succession. A good boop will prevent the third as we saw before, but the damage already done.
Yeah, this is going to be Thomas Esports being halted on the cart again, somewhere in Street's face. Close to second, but not quite there. And CC Blue is a very clear road to victory. Not even a very impossible one. Most teams will actually get here if you were talking about Dorado. And yeah, 3-0 is very, very much in the cards here.
All right, we should pop back in, and let's take a look at the statue on the right-hand side of your screen right now, across from this courthouse.
Yeah, so he's the president. There's the president,
Yes.
Probably guardian of Mexico in some way. But yeah, I mean, the question is, of course, like, who would he actually be in terms of lore? You know, that's like what you're thinking about.
Correct.
But like with the Lumerico logo below it, you would think he has something to do with it, but he's not like, you know.
No, he's the founder. He is. By lore, he is the founder of Lumerica. That's why
I know he was the CEO of some company, but I think it was something else than Lumerico. Like
no, it was Lumerica. That's why the power plants are built here in Dorado. Yeah. Yeah. And of course, that's what Point C. The Point C is inside one of those power plants. All the pyramids you see across this map are power plants. So that's anyway. Yeah.
I think the way I misremember it or remember it differently is because I think Lumerico is like a subsidiary of the larger company, which he's the president or something. I think that was like the story behind it.
Maybe.
But yeah, definitely. I mean, it's the same guy we're talking about at least.
It is.
That's what it's about. And I know there's like 4 plaques around it, all have like different description, but I don't remember what those are because they're all in Spanish, which I don't really speak, and B, there's 4 of them, and they're like these profound things, you know, about like light and darkness and all that stuff. And talking about light and darkness, we're working on the dark side of Dorado at the moment. Light side coming in Overwatch 2. It's been confirmed. There is a daytime mode, but for now we're working in the night.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Haas is seeing nothing but darkness right now as they wait for respawn. Nice high ground hold, but CCE Blue have slowly started to grab some high ground on their own, and they push the cart underneath. This is going to force a rotation sooner than later out of the defense. Yep, there it is already.
There it is already. The defense won't be able to abuse the high grounds around that first street at all, though. Like that's the advantage that Thomas Esports is having right now. While they're in the courtyard, Haas and Mercy and Herbie, Wolf Raider, Java Chop, they will all be sequestered through just fighting on the street. They can't go up, and you can immediately see already that's posing problems. They can't just like drop down from a high ground then jump out as an escape. So they have to engage on this other team.
Oh, nice attempt from Cargo Token to try to deny res, knowing the importance of keeping Haas on the battlefield, but they lose their mech, and now a good Bionade is going to force out the Immortality field, which means there's nothing to protect against the blade coming through. Finds the pilot Diva, so Cargo's not getting back in mech, and Haas finding a little room to work. Another huge Bionade. Wolf Raider has been on point with these things. Look at all those assists in the feed.
Yeah, that might actually be just... Which I always talk about like the tanks and DPS, but in this case, Wolf Raider might actually be the MVP of this team. Just be the amount of Bionodes they've been able to use, the amount of nanos that they put on the right targets at the right time, just the general effectiveness of that Ana. And Ana, not a hero that we see all the time, just because of the sheer dive ability that you have on her. She is not peeled for correctly. But CC Blue is not having that issue at all.
Thomas is sitting on the high ground, and, well, just prime grab targets. Immortality field is there, and not a whole lot else to couple with it. I think it was a missed jump from Haas. Does eventually make it up, trying to burn down the remaining health bars here of this defense. Self-destruct out to try to prevent any further reinforcements, and manages to get that kill onto Yavachup.
Well, definitely the best target to get, though, because otherwise their rest would 100% have come in.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. A huge target. And now there's no res for Haas. Point in case right off the bat. Thomas Esports have clawed their way back into this fight at the most important time.
trying to get something done here from the high ground if needed. But Bookshop is going to jump down, not use the attack visor just yet. And 3 minutes 40. I mean, if you have that much time to work with, you don't want to burn through your ultimates like they're, I don't know, like they're candies that a baby is taken from you. Like you burn through those quickly, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And irresponsibly, I might add.
I don't have much of a sweet tooth. So anyway, gonna get the Matrix up in the back. Tac Visor on the high ground, not utilizing the double damage, but still managing to get their own diva killed. Mercy dashes through the pilot, and as well, out comes the blade into the back, looking for the Baptiste. Good stun though, and the Earthshatter with it, coupled with a Deadeye. Ryan saving the day, lands the extra damage from the Earthshatter direct hit, and puts Mercy in the grave, and keeps hope alive for Thomas here on map 3.
Might not be a map win, but it's definitely already a fight win coming out there for CCE Blue, I'd say, because look at all those ultimates that Thomas Esports had. Yeah, they had them. They don't have them anymore. And all it took was a little bit of a blade play. So unfortunately for them, they're going to have to try and build ults back up to try and defend this. While CCE Blue is close to at least the Nano Boost, the Valkyrie, and the Graviton Surge. So trouble is brewing. See what Thomas does about it.
And that Graviton Surge is the one I'm really keeping my eye on. RigPig has been on point with them all day. Only this one on the high ground didn't result in a fight win. It was still a massive grab. And you can see the rest of CCE Blue are starting to make their way up here. Work around, early pick. Thomas Esports drop it down. This is exactly what RigPig wants. RigPig wants you to drop down behind the cart and make for easy targets. The grab comes out on the cart itself. Immortality Field up momentarily, but they still lose the mech. And now diving in, coalescing onto whatever is left. It's going to be the Nano Blade. 3 kills already. Looking for the 4th. We'll find it with a little bit of help. And that is it. Done and dusted. CCE Blue will take the semifinals match 3-0. They are going to move on to the grand finals in the Challengers Yellow Division.
I'm going to repeat the result from last week. 3-0. Nothing close about it. That was really a very convincing win from their side. It looked to be going a little bit back and forth on control, but after that, it was just smooth sailing for CCE Blue. Thomas Esports is going to have to be content with getting a 3rd, 4th place. Still good. I mean, you're still talking about one of the top teams in this division, but not quite good enough to go to the grand finals next week. That's going to be CCE Blue. I don't think we know their opponent yet, but as soon as we will, we can, of course, let you know.
We're talking about Wolf Raider being the MVP, and she did a phenomenal job. But Mercy also got, what was that, 12 Dragon Blade kills? Like that's pretty absurd, Classy. That's pretty absurd.
It's kind of crazy if you think about it, especially if you think about like the power level of Dragon Blade without Nano Boost. There's been so many complaints about like, but why doesn't Genji do anything unless he has Blade? Why doesn't Genji do anything unless he has Nano Blade? You can just see in situations like this where if you bait out the immortality fields, if you bait out certain cooldowns as a team, you're just going to be able to still use the blade effectively. It's very hard to catch and stop without a lot of CC. And that's why Genji can still be just such a powerful hero if played in the right hands in the right context.
And CCE Blue certainly used it to great effect. And I can't wait to get their opinion on this match. We're going to take a quick little intermission and get set up for an interview. We're going to get somebody here from the winning squad, have a little conversation, get some insight what we just saw. Give us a few minutes, get that set up, and we'll be right back with you.
Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. Supposed to feel. How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
And we are finally back here with Bobo XSL from CCE Blue DPS extraordinaire. Thank you for joining us for the call.
Hi, thank you so much. What a great game, honestly.
It really was. It really was. I mean, y'all absolutely stomped out there. It was a very one-sided performance. With your squad moving on to the grand finals, how's it feel? Freshman year, you're coming in and you make it into the grand finals here in your division.
Oh yeah, no, it feels amazing. We're fresh, we're ready. We've seen so much improvement over the season, the course of the season, and we're so extremely ready. We practiced so much, and we're ready to take on the challenge. Yeah.
Let's talk about that improvement a little bit. What area do you think the team has improved the most over the course of this season?
Yeah, so I think that our biggest improvement was both communications and positioning. I think that was our biggest problem, especially positioning and where we would accidentally get picked off early in the season. However, we've worked on that really well, and I think that we've gotten a lot better over the season in that case.
Well, the results certainly speak for themselves.
Yeah.
Certainly do. Yeah, is that like a word you can use to describe your team?
Oof. I guess, yeah, put simply, really determined. I think that the work that
Okay.
we put in outside of practice even is really extra, and it shows.
I
Sure
like that a
does.
lot. Yeah, it shows a lot of personality. It's determined. Determined to take that grand finals. I take it. What kind of preparations are y'all doing for next week's grand final matchup?
Of course. So we're gonna do a lot of VOD reviews. We're gonna do a lot of scouting. We're gonna try and see how we played against SNHU earlier in the season, or sorry, the winner earlier in the season, and sorry, and we're gonna see yeah, how we can play against the next team that we are gonna face in the grand finals by checking like everything and seeing how they play, seeing how we can play better, and we're really excited. Yeah.
Awesome.
Good to hear.
Really excited to see it. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. If obviously you were subbed out after the control maps, is that like something you do all the time? Are you like a specific specialist for control? How does that work in your team?
Yeah, we have so I get swapped out with Herbie on specific maps a lot. And I got a little unlucky this one where I got double subbed out, but that's all right.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
we it's very like map specific, and we play very like different characters. So yeah,
Gives you a lot of versatility for different maps, so you can run different compositions.
definitely. Yeah.
Right on. Right on. Well, we really appreciate you taking the time to join us for this interview. Any shout outs or thank yous you want to give before we let you go?
Sure. Yeah. I guess I want to say thank you to I guess I want to say yeah, thank you to our rig pig. He's our tank, and he's the work that he puts outside of the practices and scrims is just phenomenal. He makes late at night VOD reviews for us specifically on different like comps and everything, and it's truly inspirational. Yeah.
That's huge. That's huge. You got to
Awesome.
have that leader. I love it.
Yeah.
Well, we appreciate it once again. Congrats on the dub, and looking forward to seeing you in the grand finals.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Well, that's it for this game and this series to talk about. But the stream isn't over just yet, Wolfskunk. There's gonna be more coming.
Yeah, we've got a really big matchup coming at you next. We're going to be passing the baton over to Juggle God and Sir Waltham as they bring you Augustana versus St. Ambrose University, a rematch from Week 7's Battle of the River. This is a rivalry not to be missed. You're going to want to see it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with that match for you in just a few.
fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? light, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't playing no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy.
Hello,
Ladies
folks.
and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, good evening and welcome to the semifinals here at NECC. My name is Warren Jugglegod Hammond, and tonight I am joined by Sir Waltham. How are you doing, my friend?
Doing a lot better. Not quite George. I'm not George. Jordan. Close enough though, Juggle. I'll give you a partial credit for that one. How's that sound today?
Sounds good. But good to see you here tonight. Now, this is going to be an absolutely fantastic match. We are in the semifinals, yes, but even beyond that, these two teams, Augustana and St. Ambrose, they have a rivalry that stretches all the way back to 2019.
Yeah, way back in the good old days, I would say, back when we were allowed to go outside in 2019, there was that rivalry. We were talking a little bit, we got a little bit of recon here, Juggle. What was it called? The Battle for the River? The fight over the river? I think it was the Battle for the River.
The Battle of the River, yeah.
Yeah, and these two teams have a pretty aggressive history towards each other. I'm not sure if that's the kind of, friendly rivalry or if that's real, bloodlust rivalry. But either way, this is just another stopping point for that rivalry to take place at. We actually got a little bit, Juggle, you and I got a little bit of a preview of a trophy that the two teams kind of honorarily carry between the two. And it's called the Oar of
the Oar of Victory.
The Oar of Victory,
yes. Yeah, absolutely. So this goes back to 2019 when these two teams first played. They are 2 miles away from each other, literally just across, I believe, the Mississippi River. And they, Augustana, they commissioned this trophy, which looks like an oar, right? That you would use to just swim across the river, or rather, boat across the river.
Yeah.
And it travels in between the teams, which whoever team wins gets the oar. And another very salient point, Sir Waltham. Last week, these two teams played in week number 9, and that was the very first time that Augustana has won since 2019. So the oar, which they created, finally made it back into their hands.
And so now the next step, the next question I would have here, Juggle, as most people would, I imagine, is who's that oar going home with tonight? Where symbolically, at least, if not physically, does that oar lie after today? Because once again, it could be up for grabs for Ambrose to come back and say we let you have your one win, Augustana, and now you're done.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure they want to get that back just as quick as they can, but it's not going to be an easy affair, right? These two teams in week 9, they went to the full 5 maps. They went into overtime on several of them, and they just duked it out. And in the end, Augustana came out on top. Now, these two teams, they favor different playing styles as well. Augustana has a very, very good brawl, right? Something that can just, drive over teams. Whereas Ambrose, they've been playing around with the 6-man a lot recently. But more so, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of bunker compositions, some of these double shields, some of these poke compositions. So my question is, tonight, can Augustana close the gap, right, that we're likely going to see between these two teams on that brawl? Or is the poke composition going to be able to just pick them apart on their way to the point?
Certainly remain to be seen, but given Augustana's history, I think that I have to give a little bit of credit to them. We've done a little bit of our research. I should give proper credit to Juggle. You've done the majority of the research here, but we know that Augustana, particularly within this last year, within this last semester, have gotten a group of teammates that really seems to click. They've actually got 4 members who are all seniors. They've been playing for what feels like a really long time within Overwatch standards, as a matter of fact. 4 years, I believe. That's pretty close to, more than half the game's life cycle, but they've been here. They have that kind of communication, that synergy, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's what we saw take them over the edge in their previous fight against Ambrose, and what potentially might help them take it over once again here tonight.
It absolutely could, but you know what? Well, something they're definitely going to have to watch out for is some of these pop-off players from St. Ambrose. And speaking of these players, let's go ahead and take a look at some of these rosters now, right? We've got sorry, one more time. Was that Ambrose or Augustana? Ambrose. So yeah, we'll take a look at Ambrose's lineup first. And in particular, I want to draw your eyes to Agent MM7. They're the team's captain and also just a phenom on the Tracer, right? Mm-hmm. Now, Augustana, some of those seniors that they had on their squad are in the support line, right? The synergy between that support line and the main tank is going to be incredible, because that includes some of those players that we've seen that have been playing together for 4 or more years. So, my question about this too is, can Agent MM7 get into the back line as Tracer and delete these supports? Because if they can, then they can cripple Augustana at the knees.
It's going to be a lot of weight onto Agent MM7 as well, but we're going to go ahead and perhaps take a look at the other end of the field as well. See what the other side's going to be rocking here. And as we can see, as I mentioned, we're going to be having those 4 seniors on a roster here. It's going to be Breaded Man Harvicle. It's going to be Vanilla Big Hug. I'm sure I'm going to trip up on that one at some point here, Juggle. And Dad as well. Dad, we got word, a little bit of a Sombra player there, prefers to lock in on that Sombra, and that might make things a little bit more difficult for Ambrose if they're able to really get in there and cause some havoc.
You're absolutely right. And another player that I want to draw attention to is Superb, right? Superb, the last time they played was hungry for ultimates. They ate so many. And so, again, my mind goes back to Agent MM7, right? I'm really excited about this potential, I would say duel, right, between MM7 and Superb. But, I'm just curious to see how many pulse bombs are going to land and how many are going to get just, obliterated by a defense matrix from Superb.
Well, certainly a good question. Some big things to consider as we look ahead. And, while we're taking these into consideration, we also have to consider, perhaps what our next map is going to be. We do have word already that we know it's going to be Ilios, but what I mean by that is necessarily what type of Ilios are we going to be seeing? Are we going to be seeing Well? Are we going to be seeing Lighthouse? Are we going to be seeing that sniper favored? Perhaps a little bit more navigable with a Tracer style Ruins. A lot of options there for both of these teams that I'm really curious to see play out.
Yeah, as am I. And, something that we have to consider as well is the map bans, right? We are in a pick ban system here. So the first map that was banned was Busan. So, that says to me that, Augustana, they don't want to see, or I'm sorry, Ambrose, they don't want to see Augustana on Busan. Maybe that's where they met before and run into some trouble. Last time these two teams faced, Augustana won both control centers with a 2-0 scoreline as well. So, Ambrose, this could be very telling just how this very first map goes, right? If Ambrose comes away with a win here, that's pretty big. But if Augustana is able to, repeat the success that they had on control points last time, then they're going to be setting themselves up potentially for another victory here.
Yeah, already just based off of historic, you think Augustana's got to be a little bit more comfortable with that, knowing that their streak with those control maps, those control styles. It might also give us a little bit of insight into the team itself. I always like to give the disclaimer that, control plays a little bit differently than, something along the lines of a hybrid of an assault map where it's a little bit less objective focused. Sometimes you'll hear it called the more deathmatchy of the map types. And that might be an angle of leverage, let's say, that Augustana is able to really apply onto St. Ambrose.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's all going to be, we're all going to find it out soon enough as these teams are loading into the map. And we will, in fact, be going to Well first, Sir Waltham.
Oh, well, gotta like it. A lot of CC you have to be very careful of in, well, you might get booped, you might get concussive blasted, you might get hooked, you might get halted, although we haven't really been seeing the Ori as much lately, at least I know I personally haven't.
Yeah, that's very true. There's all sorts of possibilities that could happen here. And oh, I misspoke. No, we are actually that was just a loading screen. I am so sorry.
Oh.
We got debated here in the caster booth. We are actually going to Lighthouse first. Not well.
And Lighthouse. Now that, like I said, plays a little bit differently. All of these submaps we'll see are going to play a little bit differently. So I expect that Lighthouse is a little bit more free for the teams to run a little bit more of what they're comfortable with. And we can already see the main tank compositions coming out from both these teams going to be quite different. Breaded Man going to be looking perhaps to dive in coordination with Dad. Might see some of that excellent cohesion we were talking about earlier, Juggle.
Yeah, we certainly could. This is very exciting. Oscana coming out with a 6-man dive. It's going to be St. Ambrose making their way to point first. They're going to be able to set up, but it's going to be very difficult because Dad's in the back line with some hacks. But they're going to be dealt with very, very quickly by Centrillon, by St. Ambrose Esports. Now, without that extra, poking in the back line, it's going to be up to Weezer and the rest of Augustana College to get things done. But main tank Arc has already struck and taken Breadman out of the fight. That's 2 players down. Make it 3 now for Augustana College. Superb out of their mech. This fight going to go the way of Ambrose.
St. Ambrose have just the best situation going into that fight. They're able to get there fast and get set up, and what do May and Sim like to do? They love to be able to be that first one on point, really restrict down those angles of entry. And Augustana, to St. Ambrose's credit, plays a little bit too slow, allows that Sim to get charged up, get that damage ramped up. The Winston drop the bubble, that's just going to recharge the weapon. And now we're already seeing St. Ambrose with quite a few ultimates, and Augustana now has to change the match tempo.
Yeah, they do, and that's going to set them behind considerably in the ultimate department. Already, we see 3 of them strike from St. Ambrose. They're putting everything into this fight to make sure that they win it. Agent MM7 going to let loose with the Blizzard as well. That's going to land. And despite that, Augustana College, for the most part, has been able to just kite this damage away. Vanilla Big Hug comes in with a big sound barrier that allows Breaded Man to get in a shatter, but the point's still under Ambrose control. Although Art's shield looking a little bit weak at the moment. Weezer taken out of the fight right before they get the Blizzard. That was a big win condition for Augustana that's not on the board anymore, and with that, Ambrose will take the second fight.
So far, we talked about the Tracer coming out from Agent, but I'm really liking this in May. We actually saw that Earth Shatter come in from Breaded, and it's not that it didn't hit anything or just whipped into a shield. It actually got blocked by that May wall, meaning that nobody's going to get knocked down. The momentum that Augustana was trying to gain from it's just not going to be there. And look at this again. What was I talking about last fight? St. Ambrose has ults. What do they have this fight? Once again, ults, and they're going to be using them early.
That they are. They're going to use that amplification matrix to make the trip 2-point a little bit harder for Augustana College. But they're able to traverse the intervening distance with large success until the shatter lands. That's going to be the entire support line of Augustana out of the equation. Superb, the only one left, but they're going to back out as quick as they can.
And St. Ambrose just set things up so excellently here. It's going to be a question whether anybody can even touch. Maybe Vanilla on that Lucio can get there. Dad, if they have the teleporter set up, it's going to have to be all the ultimates committed early on, though.
That was a photo finish right there. Vanilla Big Hug making it just in the nick of time. With 98% on the board, we're going to see a flurry of ultimates committed. And flurries are the name of the game as Weezer was able to strike with a big Blizzard. That's going to give Augustana their first hold on this point right in the nick of time.
Yeah, but now Augustana has to be in the position of never dropping at that point. Otherwise, St. Ambrose is going to be able to capture it, have that overtime tick down rapidly. And once again, they have their backs against the wall. They're going to have Augustana, that is, the amplification matrix to deal with. Zoning a little bit, but St. Ambrose can just wait it out. They'll have plenty of time to build up their own resources.
They certainly will. And they're not going to have to wait too long either because Syntax is going to get that amp matrix on, and with that, they're going to be able to build up ultimates. Breaded already out of the fight though, so St. Ambrose is going to push in hard, but Vanilla Bug going to counter with that sound barrier. And there we go, the first E already. Agent MM7, Blizzard's gone, superb, nails it. But the fight's still going to go St. Ambrose way. Point's going to click back over in their favor. Breaded Man has to touch, and they're not going to have much life when they get there.
Oh, it's going to be a near body block. We'll just reset the overtime timer. And I actually think that Superb getting that E onto Agent MM7 is a lot more catastrophic than the fact that you just lose the fight. Because now MM7 realizes, oh, I have to commit to freezing the Diva and then throw the Blizzard down. We saw Agent MM7 just get a little tickle of that Frost onto the Diva, and it didn't really lock her down. And because of that, the ultimate gets eaten. But now they're going to have that knowledge going into fights where maybe, perhaps, they're not so dominant in that, aggression, and it might come back to bite them on the side of Augustana.
It certainly could. We'll just have to wait and find out. Now, as we move to Ruins, it's going to be a little bit of a different look coming out from both sides. Rather, Augustana going back to the 6-man dive that they tried before, but St. Ambrose matching in turn this time around. A little bit of difference, though, in the DPS line. Oh, never mind. That's, of course, just to get out of spawn. Gonna see both teams now meeting over near the Mega Health Pack on Coast. Agent MM7 in the back of their own team right now. Arc getting hacked. They go down to about half health. That's gonna allow Augustana to push up and gain a more advantageous position on this map. Now Weezer gonna start chunking in damage as well. Arc falls. And with that, St. Ambrose is gonna have to back out quick because their initiation tool, that tip of the spear, is gone.
And it's so interesting to see how these Sombras are playing things just a little bit differently based off that ult charge. Dad, a little bit more damage focused, whereas Agent MM7 setting up for the hacks. Because of that, we're seeing Dad almost 25%, more than 25% charged up towards that EMP. They're going to have it about halfway through this next fight, and that's something that St. Ambrose are going to have to be real cautious of moving forward. Right now, though, they're just taking their time, getting a good setup. Maybe might lean in with that coalescence if they feel it necessary.
I imagine we're going to see something along those lines, especially with the EMP coming very, very quickly after. Here comes Dad in, but they get hacked. They're not going to be able to let loose with the EMP. They're going to have to back off, and now Syntax has time to build up their coalescence and strike back. It's going to be Breaded Man now trying to get as much damage as they can onto Azure Rose, but they're going to be able to pop their sound barrier as well. Agent MM7 is out of the fight. They have their EMP along as well. Dad's already been used, but they weren't able to get too much value from it this time around. Breaded Man could be using that Primal Rage now to try and give themselves some more staying power on point. It's brilliant. Let's loose with a self-destruct. It finds the target. Weezer is gone. And again, they had the Death Blossom, the only ult still standing for Augustana. This is St. Ambrose's time to move in and start to take this point because now they've got the tools to do it.
Really do. And Agent MM7 holding tight onto that EMP. Didn't feel it necessary to commit that so early on. And right now, the remaining members of Augustana are just going to try to die on point, get as much progress. 67 is where the buck is going to stop, though. And St. Ambrose, on the other hand, being a little bit, or as I was saying, being very conservative with those ultimates. Agent still going to have it. Heinz still going to have it. Sin as well, still going to have that coalescence. Augustana are close to having a lot of their ultimates up. But if you get EMP'd, you're not going to be able to use them before, the ball actually drops. And we're going to see if Augustana can perhaps get some leverage with Dad on this Sombra, but it looks like Agent MM7 has other plans.
It's going to be a 5-man EMP on both sides. The only people who weren't caught in the EMPs were the Sombras. Now, picks coming in, hand over fist in favor of St. Ambrose, but Heinz is out of the fight. So they're going to have to wait for him once they nail down the last few members of Augustana College in the kill feed to get back.
And I gotta be sincere here, Juggle. I'm a little bit surprised to see that Agent MM7's team is coordinating so much better with that Sombra, given some of the things we've highlighted about Augustana. Dad playing Sombra pretty consistently, having that synergy with 4 of their team members. It just doesn't seem like Augustana is quite locking in onto these dives. They're not getting those crucial hacks fast enough, but it's going to be hard with Heinz creeping around, ready to drop that Death Blossom.
And here it comes. It's going to land, but the defense matrix and the sound barrier were there. They're not going to let anybody fall. Hack comes in as well. It's going to be a DMAC now onto Centrillon, though. So there's not going to be some of that damage mitigation that they so desperately need at the moment, especially considering Breaded Man was in the fray, but they're gone now. No main tank for either side. EMP's going to hit the remaining 5 members of Augustana College. They're going to have a hard time staying up, but they do, in fact, weather that storm and reclaim the point.
I think that Agent MM7 may have gotten a bit ahead of themselves. That, or they lost focus of who was still on the point, because I believe when they hit that EMP, it's just them and Azure Rose still trying to make it happen, and no matter how hard Lucio's trying to frag, you and him will not be able to take down 5 members. But with the EMP, St. Ambrose doesn't seem long.
Wow, that fight was over before it started, Sir Waltham. I mean, that was an EMB Death Blossom to oblivion, and with that, Augustana College is primed to take this map. Can anyone from Ambrose even touch?
Looks like it will be the Lucio at that very last moment. Azure Rose once again going to try to be the savior of this team, see what they can do. But overall, immediately just aggression being met for St. Ambrose. That sound barrier might have come out a moment too late.
It may have, because Arc is already out of the fight. Superb gonna let loose with a superb self-destruct. Hines is gone. Particle finding Azure Rose as well. The members of St. Ambrose falling apart, and this series, this sub-map gonna go to 3.
And this, you think that's not bad for Augustana, but this is actually a downgrade from what we saw from them last week, because Augustana, if I'm not mistaken, Juggle, took control maps 2-0. We were talking about that a little bit earlier, so already St. Ambrose looking a little bit better, and Augustana might have to keep eyes real sharp here on this on this well map.
Yeah, they're certainly going to have to, and this is, I think, a spot where we could potentially see one of these poke compositions come out if the 6-man dive isn't working for St. Ambrose. However, it's clear they've been practicing and working on it, and it's been going very well. It wasn't quite able to measure up to Augustinus in that last sub-map, but it wasn't far off either.
I think I certainly tend to agree. And Arc coming out onto the Orisa. I was talking a little bit about not seeing it as much, but St. Ambrose looking to prove me wrong, and I'm looking to be pretty content by being proven wrong if they can perform here. Agent MM7 on this Hanzo. Gonna be looking for those big picks and to wear down that Winston shield if they can find it, but Lucio doesn't hurt either.
No, Vanilla Big Hug just throws themselves into the fray and catches a face full of tree trunk coming out from Agent MM7. Gonna be a quick D-mech onto Superb as well, and as soon as Vanilla Big Hug went down, that was just the beginning of the end for Augustana's chances at coming away with this fight.
It's going to be very tough to kind of aggress on a team like this, especially losing that Lucio, that speed that you really need to try to pierce that barrier, not with bullets, but with your body, so you can just shoot right through it. Now we're going to be seeing some compositional switch-ups coming in from Augustana, but once again, puts them behind on that ultimate game. St. Ambrose already have most of their teammates above half.
And now we get to see, can Augustana close the gap? They're going through this internal area, but Particle already picked out. That's exactly what this squad, that's exactly what St. Ambrose wants to do. Arc able to take that out of the fight as well. And the poke and pick composition is doing just exactly what it's designed for.
And I like the attempt that Augustana gave there. They had Weezer on that May so that as soon as the rotations came through from St. Ambrose, they could try to choke off 1 or 2 members, but St. Ambrose just really too alert for it. They break down the middle sections of that wall, meaning that their team is effectively all one once again, and Augustana can't really capitalize on it. Once again, losing early members for Augustana really proving to be a detriment.
Yeah, they're that's been the name of the game, right, for both of these first 2 fights. We're going to see a Supercharger committed now, and speaking of a lot of damage and potentially early picks, that is one way to get them, but it's going to be Augustana College taking a nice rotation around, and St. Ambrose going to have to leave their Supercharger high and dry. Going to be taken out pretty quickly, but you know what? They strike back with an amplification matrix, and once again, we're seeing this do-si-do, this dance around this gaping maw in the middle of Ilios well, as St. Ambrose just tries to stay away from this brawl composition, but this time they haven't been able to get the picks that they need, and now the brawl's on top of them. Dad already in with a pick on the Azure Rose. They just about had that sound barrier ready to go, but quick strike back coming in from some of the DPS of St. Ambrose, but they've got no supports. But it doesn't matter because Hines lands a big Death Blossom, and while Augustana got a little bit of progress on the point, they don't get the fight win.
And St. Ambrose, I love talking about their ultimate usage there. They drop the turbocharger, they wait for that fight to disengage, then they drop the amplification matrix, make rotations the entire time. So ridiculous. We're going to be seeing Augustana continue to try to contest here, try to get some presence and progress. St. Ambrose might have been looking a little too far ahead, but this self-destruct has to be large.
It does. It's going to catch one. That's going to do something, but it might not be enough. Centralon, though, down very, very low health, but Augustana, they're down a few members already. Vanilla Big Hug gonna try and keep their team up with the sound barrier, they're going to be able to weather some of this damage, but now that it's expired, Vanilla Big Hug goes down. Wasn't long enough for Augustana to get the reinforcements, though.
We see these fights continuing to go out. This Lucio looking to absolutely pop off. Hines not even bothering with her stick, but still gonna get the kill, following it up with a nice kill onto Superb with that Tracer, and it's not gonna go Augustana's way, and that might be a very early backbreaker for them, Juggle.
It could. I mean, you know, we talked about how much could potentially come down to this very first map, right? This shows that Ambrose has been able to bounce back from those defeats on control point maps and take Augustana College down 1-0 now in this series. So this is a really big boon for them, right? I think this may, you know, this may be a little bit of a preview of what's to come. You know, the map choice gonna go to Augustana's hands, but it was in their hands to begin with.
Yeah, that's the way we were kind of anticipating it happening here. And now, if you're Augustana, the consideration is, well, you know, the one map we won the entire time we went 3-2, excuse me, over our opponents this week, we didn't necessarily turn up on. What's the mindset for, you know, the compositions you anticipate to run? Because we saw that Sombra that we were talking about, Augustana looking or feeling very comfortable on, not necessarily come to fruition like we were expecting. I think that, as a matter of fact, St. Ambrose gave them quite a run for their money for a team that I don't think we've highlighted nearly as much on that Sombra.
No, you're right. They did phenomenally well. I mean, we were absolutely expecting a Dad to come out and be that, you know, huge, overwhelming presence on the Sombra, but really, St. Ambrose showed that they can play that game as well, and they played it so well. In fact, they come away with the fight win. Now, you know, thinking about these compositions and these teams and what their strengths are, as we're going to move into one of these payload maps here, I'm anticipating something like a King's Row, but you know what? That was the very first one banned, literally just now, by St. Ambrose. So I think that Ambrose was thinking along the same lines. They want to make sure that they get Augustana in a position where they have fewer options in terms of brawl-favored maps.
Well, interestingly enough, it's going to be Augustana that opts into that Numbani pick. And when you talk about dive maps, Numbani, not a bad one. I mean, just certainly not as great as you perhaps might consider, you know, something like Gibraltar, but still a very good map, particularly that first point using a Winston, a Diva. A lot of times you'll see Genjis or Ashes playing up on that high ground. Some very good strategies for teams that really like to be a little bit more fast-paced and take the tempo at their own, particularly on attack.
And, you know, that's exactly what a rush composition would do. So it's no surprise to me that, you know, they're looking to potentially try and come out with a fast-paced dive here on Numbani. And, you know, this is interesting. This is an interesting pick to me, right? And the reason is I feel like you can run a poke and pick composition or a double shield composition on Numbani defense, right? So in some ways, to me, this map pick plays a little bit into St. Ambrose's hands. Now, you know, maybe Augustana, they feel like they've got the better dive and they're going to be able to come away with win regardless. So that to me, I think is what they're likely hanging their hopes on here.
Oh, no, I certainly have to agree with you, Juggle. I'm going to be a little bit vulnerable with you and admit to you the number of times I've cried because there's a Torbjorn who's put his turret in the bush on first point in the body. It's ridiculous. So I definitely...
I shouldn't laugh because you just said you wanted to be vulnerable with me. I'm so sorry, my friend.
It's okay. Yeah. I laugh through the pain as well. But no,
it's how you cope, right?
it's a good map for composition. It can be a good map for compositions that one want to run a little bit more protectively on that high ground. We see in Orisa and Sigma a lot of times bolster something like the Ana up at the top. She'll hide near that hallway on the, as we can see it here a little bit. If you head left through that overpass, she'll be protected by a Sigma shield in case, meaning that somebody has to basically wrap all the way around her or push through that shield, which is not really a great option for time. So a lot of options can be played here, although I do think it favors that dive a little bit more, which it seems like Augustana, pleasantly to me, are going to be opting into.
Yeah, I like this. Dive, one of my favorite compositions to play, one of my favorite ones to cast. I am here for it. So they're going to be coming out with this Pharah as well in the dive, and I like that I like that too. It maybe isn't you know, the most traditional pick, but it's not unusual by any stretch of the imagination, right? They're going to be able to deal in a lot of damage from a distance. They're going to be relying on Weezer to finish off those picks, finish off those kills after that you know, that burst damage comes in. we're going to see the rotation go through the low ground. St. Ambrose wants to try and once again get this brawl onto point while taking minimal damage. Now, Dad going to be able to let loose with some of these rockets as Arc is trying to push their team onto point. But the Tesla Cannon of Breaded Man keeping him at bay at least for the moment. Breaded Man having to back out as they take some more damage, but there's rockets coming in to try and keep St. Ambrose at bay as well. Agent MM7 now going to be looking for that duel with Weezer. Which one's going to come out on top? That's going to determine potentially a lot of how this goes. Now, Agent MM7 putting a lot of damage onto Harvicle. They're going to have to use their biotic grenade to heal themselves back up, keep themselves in the fight. Point starting to take over in favor of St. Ambrose. It's going to have to be Augustana dropping to start to contest it. They do give up one tick already. Dad finds the pick onto Agent MM7. Let's loose now with the barrage. It's going to go into the Shield of Arc, but the Immortality Field was there. Rez comes in as well, though, onto Dad after they were taken out of the fight. And Augustana continuing to push. They've got Heinz down. Arc is asleep at the wheel. And with that, they will take this defense.
That was looking really good for St. Ambrose to at least get that first tick. I do love seeing the control from Augustana, though. They know that Tracer is pressuring Harvicle, but they still keep the Mercy. They still keep the Pharah up there. They let Breaded Man touch toes on the point for a moment. And now St. Ambrose has to have spent all that time just to come up with new heroes. They're going to be switching Agent onto that Cassidy, meaning that now all the work that was done on Tracer not going to be as effective in carrying over that ultimate, although Ambrose still has quite a few ultimates in their pocket, but that's not to say it's unmatched by Augustana as well. Weezer, that's a pulse that could be impactful in this small room.
Oh, it certainly could. But we're going to see them hold on to it at least for the moment as Vanilla Big Hug is popping their Valkyrie. It's going to be another barrage coming out from Dad. This time they're going to be stunned out of it before too much damage is done. Azure Rose in with the sound barrier. Weezer strikes, though, as it's expiring, taking them out of the fight. Dad going to cripple St. Ambrose at the knees now, taking out both the supports. And it's going to be Augustana College coming away with another defensive win.
I love the way you're describing that, taking them out at the knees, because I was going to say that taking down Azure Rose was absolutely hamstringing St. Ambrose. They're not able to get away. They're not able to navigate in any particular speedy fashion compared to what Augustana's running, which, let's be frank, are very mobile characters. You have a Cassidy who can roll. Sure, you have a Reaper who can teleport, but you're going to get blasted by a rocket launcher during that. And look at this. Dad already having another rocket barrage on the line. St. Ambrose playing very close, very disciplined, but it's playing into the Pharah.
Oh, wow. Shatter going to land, but immediately after that, Breaded Man out of the fight. But Dad, with their third Death Blossom, lands 2 kills onto the supports again. It's going to be a strike as well, coming out, though, from Heinz to keep them alive and in this fight. And in fact, they are starting to swing it in St. Ambrose's favor, even without their supports. Sir Waltham?
Yeah, a lot of commitment from Dad to drop that rocket barrage so close. It does get the value in getting 2 kills, but it leaves you incredibly vulnerable to Heinz when you're at that ground level, and that's exactly what we saw. Heinz cleaning up, absolutely turning the fight as it needed to. Now Augustana are going to have some tank ultimates. They can buy a bit of time, really slow down this second phase. Because if you're able to slow down the second phase enough, we can really start making some real pain onto the third for the attackers.
You really can. And here comes some pain potentially right now. Superb lets loose with a self-destruct. Not going to find any targets, but it's going to chunk down the shield of Arcs. Dad comes in, though, with a couple of big picks, and Augustana College, it looks like they're just picking up where they left off.
And they certainly are. Nobody told them that they lost first points. They're still going to be there trying to hold it. But no, this card did not make a lot of progress for St. Ambrose, and that is great for Augustana. They're looking to make up that lost progress they had on control. And 2 minutes left for St. Ambrose. It's going to take them probably a minute to realistically get this cart to the final cap for free, let alone the fights that they're going to be taking. So overall, just really got to get those fights early in and get those kills. But Augustana's fine to play for time.
And they're doing a beautiful time of it. 4th barrage, 5th barrage, I have lost track at this point. But Dad is putting on a clinic right now on Pharah. And this is surprising as well because Agent MM7, they swapped over to the Cassidy in part, I think, to, be able to duel the Tracer, but in a bigger way to try and get Dad out of the sky, and that's just not happening.
Certainly not. Arc taking quite a wailing and immediately going to be brought down. That is not great for St. Ambrose, who are now looking to get pushed all the way back to their spawn. What a quick regroup that they're going to have. Arc losing that Earth Shatter as well is going to cost them quite a bit of time, but now they're coming back. Those 4 ultimates online. Augustana is going to be looking a little bit drier at that well with just the Pulse Bomb. Granted, the Pulse Bomb can get a big early kill. It might not matter.
We're going to see if it can. This absolutely has to be big. Arc lays down the Shatter, but it's not going to find any value. Heinz pops the Tactical Visor, but Superb is there with the DM. At least for a moment, they're going to be taken out, though eventually didn't have quite enough left in the tank to completely mitigate that damage. And now, St. Ambrose, they've smelled blood in the water. They're going to strike. They take out Weezer as well. They're going to be able to continue to push forward, especially off the back of this very aggressive sound barrier.
Now is the point where Augustana really has to consider, do they want to put the stops into this final point, or do they want to let it go so they can hold a lot of their ultimates, a lot of their positioning for this tunnel on the third? If they're able to manage to contest before second does get capped, it can be a strong position for St. Ambrose to have to push back into. These are going fishing, but doesn't quite connect with the pulse.
Oh, and Dad's going to be taken out of the fight before they can launch their next barrage. Agent MM7 coming up in a big way right now for St. Ambrose. Heinz not to be left out of the equation as well, finding their pick onto Dad. And the cart was stalled. Overtime has been triggered, but this fight will go to the hands of St. Ambrose.
St. Ambrose staying alive by a wing and a prayer here. Augustana actually invests way more ultimates than St. Ambrose does, or at least St. Ambrose builds up the ultimates that they invested. I believe we saw Heinz use that attack visor real early on, I guess when that card was making its first turn, and now already have another one as well, an Amplification Matrix. We know how well those compare together, especially when you have a long lane like this.
Absolutely, and here it comes, right? They've loosed both of them at the same time. Immortality Field has to be used by Harvicle. It is gone, as is Synthbax, but the damage that St. Ambrose was able to do is still there. Arc lets loose with a Shatter. Gonna not find too terribly much, but the rest of the team does, and Augustana will crumble. We've got the card moving around the corner as well. I'm not sure if Sir Waltham may have disconnected there for a moment. I'm gonna check in on it. All right, yeah. Mike is back now. The fight is starting back. Harvicle finds MM7. That is a huge blow to St. Ambrose Esports. Augustana in a much better position. 16 seconds left to go. They're going to have to do something with a bit of a scuffed squad. Shatter thrown in. Not going to find the target that it needed to. Heinz briefly stunned, but they're healed back up. Yeah, letting go now with the Deadeye. It's going to clear some space, but not get the kills. 1 second left to touch. Can anyone get there? No, they can't. Augustana, they simply just bully them off point.
Augustana certainly taking advantage of the leverage they have there. It's just, look, that Reinhardt was just swinging so heavy. The Diva was following up, had that threat of the self-destruct in pocket, didn't even need to use it, didn't want to use it, because if she uses it and sends it too far behind St. Ambrose, they push forward, maybe get a contest on the cart without being threatened, without the threat of being, exploded. But overall, not a bad showing from St. Ambrose. They've pushed the cart a pretty good way, a lot farther than admittedly Juggle I thought they would, based off of their first point and the first half a second.
Yeah, they did. There was so much tenacity. There was so much grit there from St. Ambrose. You can tell that these two teams, they love Overwatch. They love this rivalry as well, and they know each other very well. So, they're looking for, to me, right, in my mind, just the tiniest little bits of advantage that they can eke out one way or another, and that's what we saw. It was a slog for St. Ambrose, but they push it very far. So now the question is, how hard can St. Ambrose dig in with their heels here on this Orisa Diva composition?
And see, Juggle, this is why I don't get vulnerable with people. What do? I talk about the Torbjorn. What is Heinz doing? No! I'm 99% sure to spite me. He's going Torbjorn. I hate this, but I expect it to work out fairly well for St. Ambrose. That turret creating a huge amount of pressure. Augustana has a couple of options to break its LOS, though, that line of sight, make sure that turret can't get too much free damage. Plus, with Dad on fire, you always got a decent shot at something happening.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that burst damage can just, you know, nix that turret in the bud. But it's definitely going to make flight more difficult for Dad until they're able to do that. You can hear that, you know, the turret pick up, right? That little beep beep sound, letting them know that they've locked onto their target. Dad now going to start raining in more rockets as the shields have gone down. Fortify has to be used by Arc, but Vanilla Big Hug out of the fight. Dad doesn't have their pocket anymore, and they had just a sliver of health until Agent MM7 said something about it. Superb out of Mecha, massive anti-nade from Harvicle, but I don't think it's going to matter at this point.
Oh, it unfortunately will not. And if that had happened, you know, perhaps 2-3 seconds earlier before Synfax could really start pumping a lot of that healing off the broken Immo field, that would have been absolutely huge for Augustana to push. But, you know, we don't really get to talk about ifs and hows too often here. And right now, all we know is that St. Ambrose did give up that tick, but they're still holding firm. Augustana not really building up ults too quickly either. That shield doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Massive concussive blast coming in from Dad to really disrupt that bunker composition, but just as quick as they're out of position, they're back in. Really great maneuvering there from St. Ambrose. They've taken a more defensive position now underneath this bridge. And they're gonna let loose with the nano boost as well. Progress starting to be ticked over this
no.
Beautiful primal coming out from Breaded Man. Finds one, but look at this. The turret and Heinz are striking back. It is a 4v4. At least it was for a moment, because MM7 has been able to take Vanilla Big Hug out of the fight. And despite a second tick getting completed by Augustana, they won't come away with the fight win.
I'm sorry, Juggle. I just missed what happened. I thought Agent MM7 was for sure off the map by the time Breaded Man was back on the point. I guess he used that combat roll to get back, because you can't res that. There's, aside from the fact that there's no mercy. Either way, it's still a huge advantage for Augustana to have this high ground that St. Ambrose just isn't able to really step onto right now.
Right, and St. Ambrose, they're just going to have to be content with the tiniest of corners, right? As Augustana College, they're just pushing in so hard. Pulse Bomb gonna take out that supercharger, and Superb finishes off Arc as well. Vanilla Big Hug popping the Valkyrie. Here comes the self-destruct to try and clear away the point again, but Agent MM7 is really finding themselves right now. They have been able to demech Superb as well. 1 minute 10 left on the clock, and Augustana College, they've got one good shot, maybe one extra scuffed shot left at this point.
And both teams going to be looking rather dry for ultimates. Harvicle going to be having that nano boost. Wouldn't be surprised if we see it go on to Breaded Man. Just seems to be the way it goes. Maybe they try to lean into Dad a little bit here, but I got to be honest, I don't feel Dad is having the impact we saw the first time around on this defense coming in from Augustana. It seems like despite the shield still being navigable by Farah, not quite able to make it, but it is going to be the Winston.
They're going to go in. Immortality field is down. Stun comes in. Dad does not get their ult. That is massive. Agent MM7 with a huge play right there. Multicore now being committed onto point as well, but Arc is gone and out of the fight. It's going to be an all-out slog on point. Agent MM7 again finds Vanilla Bug. No more Harvicle either. 15 seconds left to go. St. Ambrose is primed to go up 2-0 in this series, Sir Waltham. Only 10 seconds left on the board.
And it doesn't look like Dad's going to have the health pool to necessarily touch. Does try to make a dash for it, but the Cassie is just a little too sharp. But that overtime is not going to be hitting, and it's going to be St. Ambrose getting their second point, meaning that now they're in a much better position than they were last week, Juggle.
They absolutely are. And Augustana, they're going to be left scrambling here, right? They are down 0-2. This is match point now for St. Ambrose. If they win this next one, they will go on to the finals of the Challengers division. So this is the do or die time for Augustana. They have to dig deep. They have to find what they had in week 9 to come back in this.
And, you know, in hindsight, of course, we can always look in hindsight and act like we're geniuses for figuring it out, Juggle. But I'm going to do that for a moment. In hindsight, you talk about Numbani, you talk about those things that I personally was fearing, that Torbjorn, that poke damage being very strong. But when you talk about Torbjorn, not only are you talking about a composition that can just stay stationary and, you know, sit in one spot, you're talking about a composition that has a lot of dive resistance. And I think St. Ambrose are realizing that. They're sinking their teeth into it. And that's really why Augustana is trying to have a struggle getting over this hurdle here tonight.
Yeah, and you know, another thing I want to highlight about that last match is that I would have I think Augustana would have been better served by a composition swap at some point, right? We saw them just try and try again with this dive, but this Orisa Diva composition, it's a counter dive, right? It did exactly what it was designed to do, and it did it in spades. And if Augustana had potentially swapped over to a Brawl, which I realize, outside of I feel like gold isn't the gold standard anymore, right? For Numbani, it still could have worked. You may have had to, instead of playing the map, play the composition. And that could have been one of the fatal flaws for Augustana in this last map.
Well, ironically enough, we are getting word about what some of the map choices are going to be. Ambrose choosing to ban Dorado. So that means that even if they wanted to, Augustana not going to be able to play dive, at least on that particular map, another map where that high ground can be very dominant on those first points. But I'm a little bit surprised St. Ambrose played Numbani well. Again, one of those maps where first point can be a very strong point to hold with that high ground if you have something that's very anti-dive friendly. But we're going to be seeing if Augustana is going to be coming up with a pick that perhaps shakes things up a bit.
We're going to have to wait for that pick to come in, though, because we're going to take a short break. So we're going to get to ponder it. I'm going to shed a tear for Dorado because that's my favorite escort map. So sorry to see it go, but we'll come back from this break very, very quickly with the next map choice. Don't go anywhere.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill. I know life's short, so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how is it supposed to feel?
Hello, folks. Welcome back. We are here, Augustana versus St. Ambrose, and it's not looking as good as it was last week for Augustana, Juggle.
No, it's not that, or victory may have only briefly gone back to its place of origin, as St. Ambrose up 2-0 right now, and if Numbani's anything to judge by, they are showing no signs of slowing down.
They certainly are. You and I are going to have a talk later about your emphasis on the word origin, but that'll be for after broadcast. I think you missed a great opportunity there. But either way, next map we're going to be going on to Rialto. Gonna love to see it, and I do get a little bit worried for Augustana here because I feel like you might fall into the trap of playing Farah on that first point. A huge skybox you might feel, but that could play right into St. Ambrose's hand.
It certainly could. Rialto, again, I feel like an interesting choice coming out from Augustana because, again, speaking about playing to their hands, this anti-dive Orisa D.Va composition feels perfectly at home at Rialto. You know, Rialto is a very flexible map in terms of what compositions you can run. So, you know, both of these teams, I think, are going to be able to play to their strengths. And right now, the strengths are going the way of Ambrose.
Yeah, I mean, St. Ambrose not going to be having any issues with the way these games have been developing. They're going to be sitting comfortably, you know, end that match point. Even if they lose this one, well, they still got one more. If they lose that one, well, then we'll just take it back to Control. And we saw how Control worked for them the first time around, kind of flipping the script on Augustana a little bit. And Augustana, I don't know if it's a mental thing, if St. Ambrose just has them a little bit downloaded this week, but it just does not seem like their compositions are working exactly like they want them to.
It doesn't. And, you know, I also feel like some hesitancy from Augustana in terms of making adjustments, right? In terms of swaps. You know, the DPS role, let's just, you know, focus in on that initially, right? The DPS role, one of the most varied, right? And typically one of the most fluid roles as well. You see swaps come out there very, very frequently. But thinking back to Numbani, right? We saw Dad just hard lock that Farah, even when it wasn't getting the value, like you mentioned, that on attack, that it was getting on defense. So I want to see more adaptability come out from Augustana in this match. I want to see them, you know, counter comp this St. Ambrose team, because St. Ambrose is making the adjustments, right? We saw Agent MM7 swap off of that Tracer, which they're so known for and so strong on. But they made the swap because that's what was needed for the team onto the Cassidy.
Well, to be fair, they didn't look necessarily too bad on the Cassidy or on the Hanzo, as we've seen them before.
Didn't. They looked pretty great there, yeah.
And right now, Augustana is going to be holding in with something that we haven't seen, at least Dad, on so far. It's going to be that Cassidy, no Farah, no Sombra. So perhaps looking for a little bit more of a direct fight, at least with Weezer being on this May. I would certainly anticipate so. Are they anticipating a wraparound from behind? I'm cautiously enthusiastic about this, Juggle.
Oh, I love this. You know, you usually only see this happen on Havana, but the Rialto spawn hold can be just as strong. We're going to see St. Ambrose trying to take a couple of different angles here because they've got Heinz in the sky on that Echo, but they got pressured out immediately by Superb. Great play right there. That's going to be St. Ambrose sent back to spawn, which granted is not very far.
Yeah, they basically turn a corner and you're already there, but HMM7 going to be doing a lot of damage. We can already see that they're applying quite a bit of pressure, and one reason we don't see the strategy as much on Rialto is because it's so easy to get split up with so much high ground, so many different directions from the low ground. Super going to be losing their mech is not a great start.
No, it's not, but you know, this spawn hold has already done what it needed to do, right? Look at the time. Almost a minute off the clock already, and St. Ambrose, they have to commit so much to this, right? Gravitic, I think it wasn't a Gravitic Flux
Yeah.
just came online? Yeah, they had to commit a Gravitic Flux just to get out of spawn, right? Now, granted, they got the fight win, that's awesome, but again, look at the time, under 3 minutes already, and the cart's just now getting underway.
And the fortunate thing for the defensive team is that they are, of course, going to have enough time to regroup. They're going to be red a little bit. Agent MM7 throwing out that dragon, but another nice eat from Superb to start things off excellently for Augustana.
Superb, just an incredible diva player. That was absolutely tremendous. I mean, that's, again, one win condition off the table now for St. Ambrose. They're going to have to back up now and use this amplification matrix instead, but it's doing what it needs to do, as Breaded Man went down to a sliver of health, had to back out, and because of that, it was just a free shooting gallery for the members of Ambrose.
Interesting decision here for the side of Augustana. They try to push ahead of that amplification matrix, which puts them right into the waiting arms of this bunker composition, or this more stationary composition style from St. Ambrose, allowing them to just get mowed down. And it looks like they might have a go for another hold, but they're going to have to push up pretty quickly.
Yeah, and this is the beauty of the spawn hold, right? They were able to come in with that rush so quickly that they got a fight. They got their second fight typically where you get their first. Dad gonna be able to land one with the Deadeye, and crucially onto Ark, who had that supercharger ripped and ready to go. Hides with a 2K pulse bomb. Yeah, this is St. Ambrose fight all the way.
Augustana are going to be committing that Blizzard, but the Transcendence coming through excellently from Azure Rose. Supports, again, not getting talked about as much as you might like, folks, but Azure Rose certainly helping their team out. Their Weezer, I cringe to imagine the amount of damage they could have done if that was left unchecked. And now we're seeing St. Ambrose keep up a good tempo. It's just going to be that Tracer, but still pressuring Augustana back quite a bit. And again, you don't want to give up too much space on these maps, no matter the situation.
Right, and especially not here. This is such a crucial defensive pivot point, right? Because if you can get control of this high ground, you are in such a much better shape than if you have to back up to these stairs, which is where Augustana is now, right? Ark, you gotta be able to pop this supercharger very soon, but maybe not soon enough, as this rush composition rushed on the point and just swung everybody back into oblivion.
And finally, for the first time in what feels like since their first fight, Augustana able to put the brakes onto this cart. And not only that, you did see a couple of ultimates come out. Cendrillon, going to be using that Gravitic Flux quite early on as well. Agent MM7 using those dragons. A little bit of pressure backwards, but an aggressive Earth Shatter, and that's the only death for Breadman.
Yeah, that was unfortunate right there. They once again tried to push through that amplification matrix, right? And there was still too much damage coming in. St. Ambrose, they're on a roll right now through Rialto. I mean, they finish. Here's some of the beauty of what Augustana did, right? They lost all 3 fights on first point, but St. Ambrose only finished with 1.5 minutes on the clock. That's serving them really well here. Cendrillon gonna be using that Gravitic Flux once again. Hines looking for an opportunity to stick the Pulse Bomb. It lands. Breaded Man out of the fight once again. It's gonna be up to Superb now to try and see if they can come away with a fight win here. But again, that Gravitic Flux already gone. Hasn't had the effect it needed. But Dad strikes back. They find Hines. They win out that DPS duel. Agent MM7 lets loose with another Dragon Frag, and this one not going to be eaten by Superb. They're not able to get in their face and nix that ultimate in the bud. Augustana College, got to be able to weather the storm, though, and come away with a fight win.
Once again, I personally was not giving Augustana enough credit. I did not think they'd have the tenacity to be able to hold with such a with so many early losses that they suffered. They were still able to kind of hold themselves together, get themselves back into that fight, and come back. And again, once you're able to start getting that trickle of members in, losing 1 or 2 suddenly becomes a lot uglier for St. Ambrose. We're going to be seeing a couple more ultimates online for Augustana, mostly that Blizzard and Amplification Matrix. A lot of ultimates got used last fight, but it's looking that way for both sides.
It certainly is. And you know what? Let's talk about the supports. We've got a golden opportunity to do that because that's who has the ultimates here. It's going to be Sinback striking first, but Dad finds a way to get a pick despite it. Harvicle strikes back now with the Amplification Matrix, and look at how they're positioned just to try and mitigate each other. Breaded Man comes in with a pick. Augustana College, they're cruising to a nice hold here. This is 1-fight territory now for St. Ambrose.
Yeah, and I don't know whether Augustana just managed to make it work or they're learning and adapting, but Bready Man just swung right past that amplification matrix from Synfax, seeming to not have the same misfortune that they had the last 2 times that they suffered from it. And overall, maybe it's just because it's a more enclosed area, you're able to swing a little bit more aggressively as Reinhardt, but got the damage in, and now Augustana certainly having a nice buildup of ultimates. They have to be careful of these dragons, though. They can get easily displaced.
They certainly can, and Cedrillon has the gravitic flux. They're gonna let loose with it immediately. They try to knock him out of the sky. Superb does with a rock, but the shield is there. Immortality field gonna keep Augustana alive. Overtime has been triggered. Picks for either side. One tank down for both sides, but it's gonna be the pulse bomb that may be the difference maker from Heinz. Supercharger on the ground now from Ark, and that's making life very difficult, nay impossible for Augustana College. And this will be the 3rd point capped, or rather the 2nd point, my mistake, for St. Ambrose.
And overall, we're talking about not giving the supports enough credit here. I think one way to do that is to kind of compare these 2 supports. Synfax and Harvicle are both having pretty different immortality field usages. Harvicle used it right at the apex of the gravitic flux, meaning that they weren't able to mitigate as much damage, because by the time you hit, you're only half. See if we can perhaps see that sharpen up, but already comes out quite early.
Yeah, it does. It's going to be a very aggressive push from Augustana to try and reclaim this cart. Harvicle down, though. It's going to be a beautiful headshot coming in from Azure Rose on the Zenyatta, which I don't think we've seen them on yet. That's going to cause Augustana to have to just back up really, really quickly. We're again in 1-fight territory, though. It's only a minute and a half with bird on the clock after capturing 2nd. Here comes another Amp Matrix, then Syndrillon gonna take advantage of that to take Superb out of the fight. Shatter coming in, gonna land. Sound barrier there as well to allow Augustana to push out very aggressively. They have control over the cart now. They have control over the space. The tanks of Augustana doing exactly what they need to do. Heinz whiffs with the pulse bomb. That's a big deal because now they're going to have to try and build up this supercharger. Cedrillon lets loose. Gets their mech back into form, but they're only halfway to a self-destruct. Here comes the supercharger from Ark. It's going to land very soon. So much damage coming in now. They're going to use that Fortify to make sure they don't get frozen by Weezer and the Blizzard, but can everybody else weather this storm? It's yet to be decided. 1 strike on either side. It's a tank down and a support down. Jedi from Dad gonna do some damage, but the gravitic flux is gonna be the difference maker. Only a few players hanging on for dear life from St. Ambrose, and I don't know how long they're gonna last, Sir Waltham.
You know, I was talking about that respawn being a lot more impactful for the defenders. That applies doubly here. We gotta see these defenders make this fight as slow as possible before eventually cleaning up the point, because St. Ambrose is just not going to be able to keep in with the constant trickle. Exactly what we're seeing, even a moment off point will cost you that 3rd point cap.
And you know what? Let's address the elephant in the room, which is the fact that, like, this is a really hard point to cap, right? Yeah. Let's get that out of the way right now, because St. Ambrose not getting a cap, you know, it doesn't mean it's game over for them at all, right? This is one of the most notoriously difficult maps to full capture in Overwatch. So, Augustana College, they've got no small task in front of them right now, but I gotta say, they were looking pretty good there. I mean, despite, like we said, you know, like I mentioned earlier, losing the first 3 fights on first point, that drained the time bank so much that Ambrose only had a minute and a half to try and cap 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, it's a case of, you know, perhaps failing a couple of battles to set yourself up for the late game. And because, as you said, those fights, they did result in losses before Augustana, but just the fact that they existed, the fact that those fights took time is going to make it so much harder for that 3rd point. You're absolutely right on that. And now it doesn't look like St. Ambrose is necessarily going to respect that same philosophy. They're getting this complicated setup right onto the high ground where you might expect them to, you know, play a little bit of that long-range Hanzo that can be so effective and deadly.
Yeah, that's 100% what we're going to see. We're going to see Heinz also coming into the back line, trying to mitigate things. And you know what? We've sung H&M7's praises today, right? But Heinz, they were the Overwatch MVP of the fall semester. They are no slouch at all, and they've really been showing up in a big way, too. We're going to see them now trying to see if they can sneak into this back line. They've got their sights set on Vanilla. Big Hug looking to give them a little bit of love themselves. They're going to go in for a little bit of damage, have to recall out. And in the meantime, Dad follows too. Nice headshot coming out from Agent MM7.
And right now, Augustana just looking a little bit too rank and file, and that's going to allow those big headshots to come through from Agent MM7. As I say that, immediately Breaded Man taking a dink and then a fall. And right now, St. Ambrose, I don't believe, have lost anybody. I can forgive, perhaps, Vanilla for not being aware enough to get that Zen, but the response was there. You knew Agent MM7 was aiming down lane, but still, Dad takes a headshot on Ash. It just seems like the attention might be starting to fragment a little bit too much from Augustana.
That could be true, but one thing I will say is they have made adjustments, Sir Waltham. I am so happy to see this. And it's already paying dividends. Look at that. Azure Rose out of the fight. Yes, Dad is gone, but a res is incoming, and it will be successful. The Immortality Field keeping them up during that, but potentially not for much longer, as a lot of damage came in from the flank from some Brillions. They may go down, but they did what they needed to do, and look, they do still survive. They were able to tank all that damage. Tremendous play coming out from St. Ambrose.
Not even able to go down, and Augustana now, you kind of don't necessarily expect to win that fight. You're going up against the Amp Matrix. You know that Tracer's probably going to have Pulse Bomb. It's been a fight since she's used it, and you're a little bit drier on some of your ultimates. But now you can start cycling yours, and sure, Dad got taken out rather early. Didn't have the opportunity to build up the barrage, but you do have those dragons. You have the amplification matrix of your own. Gravitic Flux might get met here, but a nice drop.
Beautiful Grav Dragons. Sorry, I tried to just combine it as Drabons, I think. Beautiful Grav Dragons, or Gravitic Flux Dragons coming out from Centrillon. That's going to yield a kill. We got the Supercharger now striking as well from Arc. Dad, though, finding a pick on the Syntax. That's huge. Barrage comes in. They get another. They get a fourth. Big plays coming out from Dad. They take a trip back to spawn, but you know what? They did what they needed to do, and the cart will progress.
Yeah, I mean, if you're being objective about it, a lot of times when you press that ultimate button with Pharah, you acknowledge that you have a good chance of getting sent back to spawn. Hines, however, has the opportunity to cap, has that pulse bomb in pocket, but no!
Wow.
Weezer slapping him!
Weezer with a heads-up play on the, that Shimada brother. Dad gonna come in and try to do a little bit more work, and look at this, Augustana College, they're finding their footing, they are finding the success that they needed, and now it's going to be up to St. Ambrose, I think, to try and counter somehow. They need to make the adjustment now.
I really have to give credit. We did see the adjustment. It was back onto something we've seen before, but I don't think St. Ambrose was necessarily having their eyes to the sky as much as they should. Knowing that you can see when your opponents switch compositions. Dad almost going to be having another Rocket Barrage, something I have to eternally give credit for, builds up that ultimate so fast.
That they do. And you know what's also critical about this Barrage and Dad on the Pharah is really Synfax is the only person who can put consistent pressure on them, and look, they're out of the fight. Beautiful targeting coming out from Augustana College. The res comes in as well. They're back in the battle, and again, St. Ambrose, who do they have to really counter Dad right now? It's just Synfax, and they've just respawned. They should be getting back into the fight. Cart has made a whole lot of progress already. Centrillon looking for that Gravitic Flux. They find it. They go around the corner, and a barrage lands, though, taking out the entire backline of St. Ambrose. Article down as well. It's just up to Vanilla Bug to keep Augustana College alive, but they're doing a great job of that. Everybody on Ambrose just with a sliver of health at the moment, and Augustana comes up with the win again.
So far, but still, the tanks contesting from St. Ambrose, plus the Dragons. That's going to split the cart just a little bit more, and again, these respawns might come in just a bit quicker for St. Ambrose. Augustana has to keep applying pressure if possible.
And pressure they do. Once again, Synfax out of the fight. Now, we see the adjustments starting to come in from St. Ambrose. Hines onto the Ash. It's going to make things a lot more difficult for Dad, and in fact, they're already gone and out of the fight. They've been dealt with. The adjustment has been made. Minute and a half left to go for Augustana College to try and capture this point, but they're meeting some stiff resistance now from St. Ambrose, courtesy this time of an amplification matrix.
St. Ambrose having the grit to withstand that. A lot of teams might see that they're down 4 members and hold out, but It's going to be Arc. It's going to be Cendrillon, and you know that those characters can stay alive for quite a long time, especially Cendrillon if they're able to get that shield regen going. That's an extra 100 HP that you're able to regain every time. That's enough time for your supports to get back. That's enough time for Heinz and the agent to get set up into the back lines. Not going to be setting up in the back lines, though. It's going to be a rooftop battle here.
That it is. The hallways are going to be strewn potentially with Omnic bits and pieces as Arc wants to try and maintain control of this high ground. Dad going to be removed, but res very, very quickly. Here comes another Gravitic Flux from Cendrillon. Is it going to find what it needs this time? It doesn't look like it. Azure Rose forced to use the Transcendence to keep their team up and alive. And it's a good thing they did because they've been able to strike back. Augustana College falling apart at the seams. This could be it. This could be it right here. This is now last fight territory. Augustana College, they're going to get it, but it's going to be scuffed.
We're going to be seeing those immediate, quicker switches come out from this team. They're going to try to dive immediately towards Cart. No time to dilly-dally on that high ground. They're going to be dropping most of their ultimates, however, for that Tracer, that Wrecking Ball, the Diva. Not going to be having anything, and in the meantime, Ambrose doesn't even have to touch point. It's just Bomb.
Oh no, this is terrible for Augustana College. They're falling apart at the seams. It's just Superb left on the point. Under the overwhelming damage of Ambrose, they're gonna let loose with a supercharger as a celebratory measure. Congratulations, St. Ambrose Esports will be heading to the grand finals in the Challengers division.
Yeah, a great performance from St. Ambrose. They had a couple of fight slip-ups, but overall nothing they couldn't overcome in the end. Of course, not too much blame for not completing Rialto. Of course, we were talking about it. It's one of those harder maps to get done, but you get this map in your pocket, you get the point on the board. No matter how you get it, you're going to be happy with it.
Well, the Battle of the River is once again over, Sir Waltham. The Ore going back across that body of water to St. Ambrose. Congratulations to them. This has got to be such a great victory for them, right? I mean, it's doubly special. They go up against their rivals who they love playing against, and it's just been such a wonderful rivalry to watch progress over the years, and looking forward to more of it. But at the end of the day, today it's St. Ambrose standing tall, and they're going to be the first team decided to go on to those grand finals.
Yeah, of course, we are not quite done. We will be seeing the other team that gets decided to going towards those finals. But before that, folks, I do hear word that we might be having a little bit of an interview, so make sure you stick around. We'll be right back with it in a moment.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill. I know life's short, so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
3-0 the scoreline for St. Ambrose this time around, taking Augustana out of the equation, sending them back home up a creek without a paddle. We've got Azure Rose here in the booth. Congratulations on a fantastic win first off today.
Thank you, thank you.
Now, I want to know, the week 9, that was an exciting week for both of these teams as well. You were able to go up against your rivals across the river. And they actually took you to the ropes that time. They took you down 3-2. So, my first question to lead off here, Azure Rose, is what did you as a team do to rebound from that loss and to come away with not just a victory today, but a dominant 3-0 showing?
Yeah, one of the main things we focused on was our mental. Because it was a LAN for the Augustana match in week 9, our mental was kind of shook because it was a very big event, so we felt a lot of pressure. And for this week, we focused on just taking that pressure off and getting our mentals all set so we can just play our game, make our swaps, and be able to run the tempo of the match we want it to be.
Fantastic. And now I want to take a moment and kind of inquire about other kind of preparations you typically take for these teams. Aside when you're having your rivals match, I'll say, do you find yourself, or do you find your team as one that really does a lot of research on what the opposing team might run, compositions, play styles, or do you guys keep it more internal, more what are we going to do this week?
So we kind of look at both. We look at what we want to do each week on the map pool or what maps we're going to play. And then we also take a look at the enemy team and kind of what tanks, what supports, what DPS they prefer to run on certain maps or just overall, and kind of devise a strategy around what we think they're going to play.
Okay, certainly a fair option. And I'm glad to hear you say that because I did have a follow-up kind of in connection with that as you're... given that the next match we're going to be seeing is Kansas versus Southern Illinois, do you either as a player or as a team have a preference to who you might like to see up in those finals with you?
Ooh, honestly, we don't. We're feeling pretty good about our odds against either team that we face up against. We'll prepare like we usually do. We'll get ready, and we'll definitely be ready to hopefully take the win next week.
Fantastic. Well, best of luck to you next week. I can't wait to see it. I'm going to be tuned in, eagerly awaiting that match. But before we close out, before we send you back to your team to celebrate, would you like to give any shout outs to anyone? Teammates, friends, family, whoever?
Yeah, I just want to give a huge shout out to my whole team this semester. Having me back in since I wasn't on the starting roster for last semester and being able to gel really well with them, me able to get back in my role as shot caller, just in gelling with them, it's been great, and they've been amazing to work with, and I couldn't ask for a better team.
Well, fantastic. You've got a phenomenal team there at St. Ambrose, so great job. Kudos to you. Good luck next week in the grand finals.
Thank you.
You bet. Well, Sir Waltham,
yes,
that's going to do it for this match, but we're not done for the evening. We're going to be taking a break while we get the next one up and ready for you.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic match. As I mentioned in our interview, Kansas versus Southern Illinois. Make sure you catch who's going to finals for this division, folks. It's going to be on the other end of this break.
fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these dreams I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath. I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats I've been spread with.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, good evening and welcome back to more semifinals action here at NECC. This time we are in the Champions Division. We're going to be watching Kansas go up against Southern Illinois University. Once again, if you're just joining us, my name Warren Juggle God Hammond, and I am joined on the mic again by Sir Waltham. How are you feeling after that first match? Ready for this one?
After the first match, I gotta be honest with you, Juggle, I'm looking for a little bit more of a fair. I want to see more maps, is what I'm trying to say here. I want to see this go 4. I want to see it go 5. My sleep schedule's gonna be hurting me for it, but it's something I'm willing to put aside for the moment.
Absolutely. I'm here for it as well. We've got the number 2 and 3 seeded teams in this Champions Division going up against each other. Kansas only dropping one game during the regular season. That's the Ottawa Braves, who also took down the Cougars. Now, Cougars, of course, took another loss there. They have a 7-2 record. And, you know, we see the Ottawa Braves, of course, in the other semifinals match as well, as to be expected. But, you know, these two teams, right? The last time that they met, Sir Waltham, was in week 1.
Yeah, and that is quite a ways back. I mean, we talk about, you know, sometimes we'll look at those compositions and see, you know, what the history between these teams have been. Maybe it can give us kind of a precursor into what we can expect here today. But honestly, the first match and what is at least going to be one of these teams' last matches is not necessarily, you know, a small berth to have to consider here, Juggle, especially since we were talking a little bit during the break about, you know, what do these teams like to do? What's their play style? Kind of how have they adapted throughout the series? And, you know, we've been seeing some changes come out.
We absolutely have. Now, Kansas, they're sticking to their guns. They are a very strong dive and brawl team, and that's what I expect we're going to see a lot out from them today. But speaking about Southern Illinois, right? They have traditionally been more of a double shield team, but recently they've been able to add more dive and some double hit scan compositions into the mix. And, you know, while Kansas, when they first met, took the win 3-1, I have to wonder if, you know, this new look that we may potentially see from the Cougars can throw off Kansas. Can the Cougars, you know, use these new compositions that they've been playing to throw in a wrench in the works?
A wrench in the work would certainly work out in favor of the Tigers here, but you know, along the lines of, you know, they used to run that double shield, they used to run that very kind of defensive comp, and it seems like they're still not quite over that. They have a lot of that kind of reservation. They seem like they want to play a little bit more conservatively, and you were talking to Kansas a little bit earlier in the day, and it seems like they kind of go that exact opposite route. They get real aggressive. They want to take a fast tempoed fight that they can control, and I think that works out initially well for Kansas. But if Southern Illinois can catch, you know, maybe a bad engagement, they can turn it around just by that concept of being more cohesive as a unit.
You're absolutely right, and they're very cohesive as a unit. These SIUE is a team that thrives, I think, on by-the-book engagements, by-the-book plays, good setups, good initiations. They like clean, decisive fights, and if they can get those, then that's going to lead to success. Now, if they don't get them, what I'm anticipating is they're going to try and kite back as quick as they can, regroup, and then go back in for a more cleaner engage. They don't want to try these scrappy fights, especially with a team like Kansas. But let's take a look at a couple of these squads now. For the Cougars, a couple of players that I'm really looking at are Thog. Let's just talk about them initially. They're going to be one of the DPS players for this squad. And Lucky as well is someone to watch out for, a flex player. So somebody who can really fit in any slot they need to. So having somebody that strong in a flex position, I think means that we're going to see a lot of potentially adaptations coming out from the Cougars.
Yeah, and to kind of an interesting kind of I don't want to say reverse philosophy to what the Cougars are taking, but we talked a little
counterpoint, maybe
a counterpoint. Excellent way to say it. We asked Kansas, what are some players that perhaps we should watch out from their end? Who are some good looks? And ironically, I was going through it and I'm like, this is 4 players out of the 6 we might expect to see here in Juggle. So they definitely put a lot of that emphasis on, every player within the team has their importance. It doesn't feel like when they give that kind of an answer, they expect necessarily one person to put the backpack on, necessarily carry the rest up the stairs. It seems like everybody's going to be taking a step at a time.
Yeah, that absolutely, I think will be the case. And especially when you're looking at something like a brawl composition, right? Which again, Kansas great at, right? That kind of composition thrives on synergy, right? It's built around synergy. And you know what? Let's talk about the dive as well, because I think you could say that even more so for this KU squad, right? To where dive has to be coordinated. It has to be tight. And the synergy that these players have, I think is what's, especially if we see a dive going on, the synergy, the team with the stronger synergy is going to be the one that I think comes away with the win. Now, you mentioned 4 players to watch out for, right? I'm going to call out the 2 DPS initially, and that's going to be Ben Crow Rules on DPS and Fua on DPS, right? They're the 2 that we're expecting to show up in the kill feed, right? But I wouldn't put it past, Ella, the off tank, to have a pretty significant impact as well, because they're going to be the ones responsible for eating up some of this damage, right? So lots of people, I think, to, like you said, keep your eye on from the Kansas squad, but those are the ones that caught my eye.
Oh yeah, I absolutely would tend to agree, and I'm right now, getting a little bit anticipatory here at Juggle, because when you don't have those members who are immediately like a standout, like star player, you look at the team on a lot more macro of a level, and you start appreciating it a lot more as well. One thing we can certainly look to appreciate as well as our next map, which I don't know if we've gone over, Juggle, but it's going to be starting off on Nepal for the control.
Yeah, and I want to talk about the ban too, because briefly before we get into Nepal, because I think this was a brilliant move from SIUE, right? They know the team. It's clear to me that they've done their research, because Kansas, one of their 2 favorite maps is Lijiang Tower, and that is the first one that they banned. So we will not be seeing that today, and instead Kansas is going to have to fall back to Nepal. Now, we're going here. We're taking a quick peek at Village. If we end up here first, I think this just plays beautifully into Kansas's hands. This is a sub map where you want to just brawl all day long.
Oh yeah, I have to love it. And after last matchup between Augustana and St. Ambrose, we saw a lot of that May play come through, or we saw a fair bit of May play come through, and I would love to see it on that Village. Not as necessarily applicable on Sanctum or Shrine, but I think there's still some good opportunities for it. Control points are, I often talk about, one of the best maps to kind of see a lot of the 3 core play styles that Overwatch has to offer, whether you're looking for dive, whether you're looking for rush or something a little bit more bunkery. A lot of maps have 2 distinct play styles and then one that can kind of be, flexed a little bit. I think that's exactly what we're seeing here.
You're absolutely right. And to me, that flex map for Nepal is going to be Sanctuary. But we're headed to Sanctum first. So this could, in fact, favor the Cougars. They're going to be running out on this Orisa Diva composition. They're going to meet the Brawl in the middle. And look at this. We're already seeing that big fight back from the Cougars. They want to try and keep this Brawl at a distance so they can just poke them into oblivion. Denizen going down very low already. Of Wasp able to heal them up with the help of NECC. Enforcer going down very low though on the Orisa. Immortality Field has to be committed by Lucky Owl, and because they committed it first, it's likely going to go the way of Kansas, as NECC still has theirs ready to go. Fuwa taken out though, as is Lucky Owl. But it's going to be the Tigers starting to turn things around after Reverb once again on that hit scan, coming in a huge way. But Kansas, they will take control of the point first, but this fight is not over, Sir Waltham.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be a great example of Kansas perhaps getting a little bit bold and not necessarily being able to find the benefit for it. I think that if the Cougars are able to keep applying that leverage in that aspect, it's going to work out great for them. Now they do have that point under control. They're going to start getting that progress ticking up. And Dog has an excellent opportunity here to look, fish around for that pulse pump and maybe get it on the Hanzo, maybe the Lucio. Baptiste at least utilize that or force out that immortality field.
Exactly. If they can get that out of the equation with a pulse bomb, that's good value. But you know what? Who's going to go out? It's going to be Reverb. Gone to a self-destruct. Amp Matrix now being committed by NECC. They're trying to push this advantage as quick as they can. Point still taking over in favor of the Cougars, but it's not going to be for long. Nipply looking to try and bow out now with a rally in tow. And that's going to be the Cougars giving up the point to Kansas.
And I mean, I want to highlight, I believe it was Pyrocat who ate the Hanzo Dragons coming out from Fuwa, so an excellent opportunity to really mitigate quite a bit of damage and separation that could have caused a lot more hurt. Of course, the Cougars still going to have to reset, but Fuwa not quite done putting down the pain of their own. A nice headshot of that Trace is going to start things off well for Kansas.
Fuwa's going to continue by throwing in significant damage to that shield of Enforcer. They're going to have to back out and give some space. Kansas now starting to push in once again. They smell blood in the water, and they have found it. The sharks descend, and they feast.
And right now, it looks like the Cougars don't necessarily have too much of an answer going into this. The Enforcer shield just keeps getting broken down way too fast by Fuwa as well. Benpro able to throw it in a Maywall, separate that Orisa should she get just a little bit too heady ahead of her team. And right now, with all the ultimates online for Kansas, that Diva Bomb going to be going in, causing a lot of havoc.
Gonna be negated by an Immortality Field. Swirl Hawk. Gotta be able to demech Pyrocat as well. So advantage, at least until Benpro rules goes down, in favor of Kansas. Here comes the sound barrier from a Wasp to try and keep their team up and try and eke out as much capture percentage as they can while their members fall and the Cougars reclaim the point.
And this is a really good percentage to get it at if you're the Cougars. You haven't given Kansas that crucial one-fight territory. 83%, even if you lose the point here and Kansas starts ticking up, you have enough time to come back, come in, get a full regroup, and still contest the point with, again, that one final fight. Again, might come down to not losing out these ultimates by Kansas as they have quite a bit, and we're going to see Fuwa initiate with it.
Dragon Strike gonna take Reverb back to spawn. The Shatterlands gets a kill immediately, and Kansas just walks over what was left of the Cougars.
And now this remains to be the... Oh, well, goodbye, Diva. Wasp kind of has you on check on that one, but again, this is a lot of time that's admittedly being played for by the Cougars, and they will eventually fall with Fog going down, and 86%, this is what I was talking about, though. There's going to be enough time for somebody to maybe come in touch. It's going to have the rally as well to enforce.
This is going to be difficult, though. I mean, NECC played this perfectly, putting that Ant Matrix right in front of the door that the Cougars have to go in. Somebody does eventually touch point, but at the cost of what? Half the team is already down. Overtime ticking over. First point going to go to Kansas.
And that Orisa falling off the map, and Swirlhawk going to be throwing down the bomb to chase. Man, it just seemed like there was so much control in Kansas once they got the point. Cougars were able to take it for a fight. That first fight definitely looked a little bit like a teeter-totter going back and forth in a couple of different directions, but now it looks like we're going to be heading to a little bit of a change of a map type here. We're not going to be seeing that closed, low ceiling space, and now it's going to be opening up a little bit more.
Yeah, this is going to be that very flexible map of the three, right? This is the one where you can, I feel like, as a team, really express yourself, possibly even artistically, right? You know, you can really tailor your team to however you want to play, right? And we're seeing both these teams fall back on what they love and what they know works. Kansas gonna be first to point again with this brawl, but we're gonna see the Cougars now content to poke at a distance until they find an advantage, and then we're gonna try and see them descend. But Denison posted up at the front here. We're gonna see the rotation around towards Elephant for the Cougars. A lot of damage going into Tennyson, but they're able to stick through it. Help too from that immortality field. Reverb out of the fight. That means that the Cougars gonna just have to be content to give this point away and try and stay at a place where they can regroup, but the rush composition is pushing out with ferocity. Nibley, though, gonna be able to take a Wasp out of the fight. NECC has to pop an Amp Matrix again, and Ren Crow Rules comes away with a pick onto Enforcer, and with that, Kansas is able to take the fight.
And I'm starting to worry a little bit for the Cougars here. For SIUE, if they like playing slow and waiting for those openings, this sim is absolutely going to shred them while they're waiting and trying to calculate. I think that's a good interpretation from Kansas. Not sure if it was an intentional one or they just feel a little bit more comfortable in the sim here, but either way, it can cause some havoc.
It certainly can, but havoc at the moment being caused by this Gravitic Flux. It's going to be a pair of kills coming out onto DPS, so the firepower of both these teams has been halved. NECC goes down, though. The Cougars, they look to be cruising to their first fight win here on Sanctuary.
They do, and it comes from some excellent control coming out of Reaver. Some big propers out to that player, and not going to be able to touch for too long for Vencro, but will eventually fall. And now we have the Proton Barrier, have the self-destruct for Kansas. A lot of opportunity to put things in the places you want them, but you also have to keep in mind, Reverb as well has that Maywall. You have Pyrocat, Enforcer, both have shields. That Diva Bomb might be a little bit difficult to get actual kills with. Might have to use it for baiting out some of those cooldowns.
Yeah, I think that's the most likely situation we're going to see with that self-destruct. Fua gonna initiate with the Photon Barrier. Here comes the self-destruct now from Swirlhawk, right on the back of Denizen, picking up a kill onto Nibley. Reverb counters with the Blizzard, but a Wasp counters the counter with a Sound Barrier, keeping their team alive, but not everybody's. NECC is removed right before they get that Ant Matrix, and Kansas really wishing they had that at the moment, but they're still finding the kills regardless.
The Cougars always feeling like they can take the point for a little bit, but it's only Pyrrhic victories, it feels. And please don't get booped off the map. It does not happen. Pyrocat able to kinetic grasp quite a bit of that damage. Cougars still have quite a few tricks up their sleeve. They're going to have that Deadeye. They're going to have the Gravitic Flux. And all they really have to do is make sure they stay out of that amplification and Made Blizzard, but amplification not an issue anymore.
Huge flux coming out off the back of an opening pick as well onto Kansas Esports. 90% on the board. But Sir Waltham, this fight has the Cougars written all over it.
It really does, and I'm going to give full credit to the fact that that's because NECC goes down way early in that fight. You don't have that Baptiste to set up that line of sight. Against a team like the Cougars, you're really going to want to wait out that, you're really going to force your opponent to wait out that amplification matrix. So NECC going down, again, I talked about it, you don't have that ability to kind of divide the field or at least funnel them in the way you want. Cougars, however, are going to be matching as their amplification matrix with another. We'll see if they both activate at the same time.
We're going to get a Amp Matrix going up against Deadeye. The Deadeye not finding any kills. Neither has the Amp Matrix just yet. Enforcer now with that Supercharger. The Bongos drumming in so much damage into the Kansas Esports right now. Fua taken out of the fight. Here comes the Sound Barrier from a Wasp just coming online. Not quick enough to save all their members, but quick enough to save 5. Blizzard now committed by Reverb. Not going to be eaten by Swirlhawk, so that's going to cause a tremendous amount of problems for Kansas Esports. But look, they're coming away with the kills. They're coming away with the fight win here. We've got overtime committed. The point has flipped back over in favor of Kansas now. Swirlhawk finds one with the self-destruct. That's another kill from Denizen. This fight rapidly devolving into Kansas Esports' favor, and that will be that. The first map goes to Kansas.
Man, oh, what a chaotic fight coming through there. It didn't feel, at least to me, like just one fight. It felt, fight after next, after next, after next. There were just so many things that these teams had to keep in mind. And that last fight, a great example of it. I don't know what to talk about. There was the D.Va that didn't manage to eat the Blizzard. There were the multiple Mei walls that came in and blocked crucial abilities. Just so much going on between these two teams that I'm not sure I can blame either of them for losing a little bit of track.
Oh, right. No, they both did a great job. And, speaking about that very chaotic last fight, right? We talked at the beginning of the broadcast about how these two teams like to take their engagements. And Kansas, I think they're absolutely forcing the issue. They're making these fights scrappy. They're making these fights brawly, which is what the Cougars don't want at all. And I think that, this first map, I might just chalk this one up to a compositional difference, right? I think if the Cougars, maybe could have come out with their own brawl to meet them, they could have had a better standing, or even potentially throw in the dive. You could absolutely play that. And I'm going to be looking forward to seeing if that's what they transition to as we move forward and as they have map pick.
You're absolutely right. And I said it last map, or last matchup, in a little bit of a different context, but here the map type also once again plays a factor. Control, it can be a little bit more chaotic, it can be a little bit more hectic, but once you start moving on to those objective based maps, I start to wonder, will Kansas be able to run those fights in the exact same way if they're not focusing the point? I think if Southern Illinois is really able to get that discipline within them, then maybe they don't let themselves get taken off point. Maybe they stay on just a little bit longer, Kansas drops the ball, and who knows, maybe a point can change the thing.
I think that's an excellent point. And to compound on that as well, control type maps, right? They're going to be the more deathmatch style ones. They're going to be the ones that are scrappier, right? So as we move into now hybrid, and then in our next map, escort, things are looking a little bit brighter, I think, for the Cougars, right? They're going to be able to set up the fights like they want to, and they're going to be able to take these clean engagements that they want to see. It's just up to where exactly we're going to go. I think that's going to help determine how that plays out. And we do, in fact, have the map pick just came in. Kansas decided to ban Blizzard World, which, again, one of SIUE's favorite maps. And SIU is going to counter back and send us to Numbani. We're going back.
Well, I always love the run back on Numbani, and I'm a little bit more optimistic that this time I'm not going to see the Torbjorn and have some bad mental vibes going on there because of that. But no, overall, I think Numbani, a great pick, certainly a fun one to watch and cast. Again, the high ground can be so crucial there, and I think that especially as these teams kind of have adapted their strategy throughout the season, we're going to be seeing some unique play come through for both of them.
Yeah, I think we will. And I think this is a beautiful map choice as well coming out from the Cougars. This plays to their strengths better than just about anywhere else I could think of, right? Mm-hmm. They have the opportunity to run the double shield on defense, right? And if that's not working, they can fall back to dive. Dive works great on defense and offense here. So I'm anticipating, at least from the Cougars, we're going to see a dive attack, and we're going to see a double shield defense, at least to start things out. Kansas, on the other hand, I think it's going to be dive all day from them. I think that's what we're going to see. So this is going to be a new look, potentially, from both of these teams. And really, anything could happen, given that.
Yeah, you certainly have to think so. I mean, Numbani, it's not super strict in what you must play. Again, you see a couple of different styles, a couple of different flavors come out depending on the team, but I do tend to agree. I think the dive is going to be a large portion of what we're looking at here, and at least as the rosters get lined up for the tank line Kansas Esports, that's going to prove to be the case. We do see the Torbjorn, so perhaps I spoke a little bit too early though, Juggle.
Yeah, sorry about that, my friend. We are going to see him back. I'll try not to call it out too much, so that you don't have to run away or anything. But it's going to be the Cougars running it straight down main. They're going to go for a very quick engagement, looking to put a lot of pressure onto Swirlhawk, but they've eaten up most of it and are able to kind of contain themselves. But the Cougars now have this high ground position from which they can start to dive. Ben Crow rules. Unfortunately, not going to be able to hammer that turret back into shape as it's taken out. Big anti-nade hits Dog Dennison, able to finish him off. can't reflect those Tesla beams, that's for sure. Enforcer gets caught out as well, and that's going to be a quick fight win for Kansas, but a lot of ult percentage built up for the Cougars. In particular, I'm looking at Lucky Owl.
Yeah, and now when I'm looking at Lucky Owl, I see Thog. I know, okay, the Nano Blade's got to be kind of, stewing within the brain, but if you're Lucky Owl, do you just commit that Nano and wait for Thog to get the next Blade? Do you have faith that Thog can generate that by now, or just go ahead and give Enforcer the extra little push that they might need here? That's going to be a rough push, though.
Yeah, Denizen coming away with 2 very quick picks. The entire tank line down and out of the fight for the Cougars. And, to reflect a little bit on your point, I think you absolutely give it to Winston in this case, right? With the rate that Lucky Owl is building up that Nano, give it to Winston, get his Primal out, allow Thog to build their Blade, and then when Lucky's got their Nano back, give it to them. But you know what? Thog has actually caught up quite a bit in that ult percentage.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity. Again, he's just kind of playing the main lane and not really getting contested all that much. It feels like Kansas knows if they go for it, they're just going to overcommit, and now here comes the Blade.
Yeah, absolutely massive. Got to be able to catch several. In the meantime, Reverb lets loose with a Dragon Strike, but it is eaten up by Swirlhawk. Is it going to matter, though, because several kills in favor of the Cougars? Denizen now able to come back, though, now that Thog has been dealt with, and they pop the Primal Rage. Anti-Nade's going to hit him, but it's not going to matter. Kansas came back and took this fight.
Wow, and I'm going to speak personally here. If I was Thog, I would be a little bit upset about that. You create such space. You get a kill onto Lucky Owl. You get a kill, I believe it was onto Reverb, and then your Winston and Soldier, or the opposing Winston and Soldier, are both chasing you, and you have 5 members who still can't quite manage to deliver that point. A rough spot, but we're going to see Thog go ahead and try to switch onto the Echo. Maybe a little bit more of an aerial approach might help this team.
It certainly could, but that aerial approach is going to have to watch out for the turret. But of course, that's the first target. It's out of the equation. It's out of the fight. So is Denizen. Bancro Rules commits the Molten Core onto point to try and keep the Cougars from beginning to capture it, beginning to get that first pick. We're going to see a Wasp commit the rally as well as they get dove on hard, but the Remax, that's going to go through all that rally armor and health. Enforcer down to just 50 HP. They're not going to be long for this world. And now there's less than a minute to go for the Cougars to try and make some kind of progress on this first point.
And you have to if you're the Cougars. You can't just, give up 0%. Otherwise, you're coming out at this best in a draw. It's not what you're going to want. But Kansas soon to have that Diva Bomb going to be splitting the field, causing the Cougars to be forced to play a little less disciplined as the teammates are going to surely fragment apart from each other. At least a well-placed Diva Bomb will ensure that. And without too many ultimates of their own to answer, there's not much that the Cougars can do realistically if that Diva Bomb gets heavy.
Exactly, and it's going to be thrown out, and it catches too! The Echo Mercy combo out of the fight, out of the equation, and that's going to be everybody else following very, very quickly. Sleep comes out on the Swirlhawk, but it's not going to matter for going to counter back with that Tac Visor, and that is a full hold on first point Numbani. And that was on Cougar. This is Cougar's map choice.
Yeah, this is not a great moment for the Cougars. They genuinely look like they didn't quite know how to handle that. It looks like they had set plays that took a few too many fights to build, and then by the time the set plays didn't work, you had 1 or 2 pushes left. Unfortunately, that's just the way it goes when you're trying to farm blades, when you're trying to get those nano blades specifically. I like that Thog was able to deliver with the blade. I'm not necessarily so sure the Cougars were ready for it themselves.
Kansas as well, they did just a phenomenal job of regrouping, right? And absorbing that damage, hiding back, waiting for reinforcements to come in, and just their ult timing was tremendous as well. Using Denizen's Primal to keep them alive during that Blade fight. Just a great play coming out, I think, from that Kansas squad, and that's put them in a phenomenal position to go up 2-0 here. They just have to get 1 tick, just 33% of that first point.
Yeah, as I alluded to earlier, there is no way we're going to end with a 1-1 tie at the end of this. It's either going to be 1-0 or 2-0, and that's something that Kansas is going to be probably feeling pretty comfortable with. It's going to be the Cougars now looking to lock in the Torbjorn all on their own. A very similar comp to what we saw from their opponents running this time around, but Kansas not going to be coming out with the Genji. Instead, it's going to be the Hanzo early on.
Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder if they're anticipating the double shield composition, right? That's what Fua says to me on the Hanzo, right? They're looking to chunk through that Orisa shield, get through that fortified armor, but that's not what they're going to be met with. Reverb, though, goes down very quickly to a Storm Arrow. That's a big opening for Kansas Esports. If they can turn that into a snowball, if they can start to, if they can get a second pick on the board, this could be over very, very quickly. Denizen goes down low, but they're able to drop down to point with the help of Biotic Grenade, staying alive. Ben Crow rules, finds Enforcer. That's another big pick for Kansas Esports, but they strike back. Thog able to find one, who is no longer part of this. The point fight happening furiously on point, but it's all in Kansas's favor, and that is over in a flash. We are at 2-0 and match point here, Sir Waltham.
All right, Denizen, listen to me real quick. I'm not gonna take up too much of your time. If you have not thanked a Wasp for keeping you up with that Brig rally, as well as your Honor for giving you the name so you can take that Winston fight, you absolutely should, my friend. That was a crucial moment, not just for you, not just for your supports, but for the team to ensure that this fight goes their way. I mean, real credit to starting things off excellently goes to Fuwa for getting that immediate kill onto the soldier. When you know your opponent's down 1 DPS, you're going to be more inclined to go aggressive.
Yeah. And, we talked about 4 members to watch out for, right, at the top of this from the Kansas squad, and absolutely Fuwa showed up. But I want to call out a Wasp because Kansas, I think you would need to add a 5th member to that list of players, because a Wasp came in a huge way in that last fight. I mean, not only did they get that rally that you talked about that helped Winston stay alive, but did you see that at the end there? 3 kills, 3 final blows in the kill feed for a Wasp on the Brigitte. So huge standout play to them. And you know what? That 6th member of Kansas, come on, where are you? No, I'm just kidding. You're doing great as well. You're doing great as well. You're doing fantastic. The whole Kansas squad popping off right now, and it's evident in the scoreline too. 2-0 right now, Sir Waltham. And we're going to be sending it to break. But any thoughts from you before we do that? Any predictions, predilections, any foreshadowing you would like to give?
At this point, I think what I want to see from Southern Illinois is for them to just tear the brakes off. I think that the aggression from Kansas, and Kansas knowing how to drive that aggression, is looking a little bit too overwhelming for them. If Southern Illinois can just hit them back just as strong, just as fast, I think maybe they stand a better chance. But we're only going to find that out on the other end of this break, so folks, make sure you stick around.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss that fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel?
2-0 the score line once again, Sir Waltham. We are back on match point in very quick fashion. It's going to be Kansas taking a 2-0 lead over the Cougars from Southern Illinois. And Southern Illinois, they have decided to put what could be their final stand on Junkertown.
And that is a little interesting to me. Junkertown, not a map that sees a lot of play in general. I don't think it's too many people's favorite escort map. I think there's perhaps a lot better maps, but at least initially, when you look at First Point Junkertown, what that tells me, if you're picking it, you might have a little bit of, quite a bit of strong confidence in your hit scan players. And I believe it was Kansas who said that they switched to kind of that double hit scan type or switching from it. So, you know, if that is true, then there's a lot of good possibilities to come out, especially again on that first point where there's those long sight lines, Widow, Ash, Hanzo, all kind of reign supreme when it comes to that situation.
Yeah, now I will make a small correction right there. It is actually the Cougars who have been playing with this double hit scan composition. So I think this makes a lot of sense for them to go to Junkertown, right? Because then, you know, the long sight lines, the openness of it, right? You're going to allow, like you were mentioning, like a sniper is somebody to just pepper people from a distance. And I think we're going to see the double shield come back out, right? I think the Cougars are going back to their roots. They're going back to what they're most confident on. And Kansas, you know, I'm not a huge fan of Brawl on attack here. I'm going to be honest. It's, you know, Brawl, I think, excels when there's much tighter, narrow corridors, like you would see on King's Row, for instance, right? And there's nothing that strikes me of this map like anything that you would see on King's Row. So I think Kansas is going to be back on the dive here. So my question is, will this double shield, will this double hit scan be able to weather the storm of the dive? But no, look at this. Kansas going with a Brawl on defense and a spawn hold.
Yeah, this is some old school Junkertown stuff. We used to see it on the left house. People would just play May, play Reinhardt, and hold that building as long as possible, buying time off the cart, even a Junkrat as well to funnel into the doors. Just because the contest range was a little bit too far, but right now Kansas doing an excellent job just holding these doorways, not letting anybody pass.
Yeah, they're, you know, this bunker composition, they bunkered up in spawn at this point and just trying to get out. But check it out, we've got a couple of the players taking an off angle, Thog and Reverb, looking to see if they can get in some damage. Denizen falls to some storm arrows, that's a big pick. Swirlhawk is also out of their mech as well, so the rest of this composition gonna start falling apart. But you know what? I said it during Rialto in our last match. Same thing. The spawn hold did what it needed to do. 45 seconds burned off the clock before the card even gets moving.
A little bit more when you consider that Swirlhawk going to be able to hold out for a little bit longer, but either way, this is Kansas's composition inclines that they were never really that intent on kind of holding those long-range sight lines with the Widow, because you don't, obviously if you're going to hold that close, you wouldn't necessarily lean into the Widow. But right now, they're going to be trying to get a couple more chokes down with that May wall, see if they can find it, but you're going to have to navigate around Thog, who now has a wide field to play with.
Yeah, they certainly do. The widest field I think you can get in Overwatch, as a matter of fact. So they're sitting pretty right now, and Pyrocat lets loose with a Gravitic Flux, but they're going to be meleeed out of the sky by Swirlhawk. Kansas Esports able to weather that storm, but look at how fast these shields from a Wasp's sound barrier got deleted for the whole team under the oppressive pressure of the Cougars.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Those shields did not stand a chance. But on the other hand, the Cougars did have to invest quite a bit. They invested in Gravitic Flux, Turbocharger, the Sights, and the Dragons, as well as, I believe, a Matrix, just to try to get things off the ground here. And they're going to have that Transcendence. It's a good defensive ability. We're going to be seeing the Dragons and the Blizzard. It might come out hugely crucial here.
It will, but look at how fast the picks come in for the Cougars. This is new life that has been breathed into this squad. They are on Junkertown, and they are feeling it right now. Swirlhawk is going to strike back, though, with 2 kills by self-destruct. Fua good for another as well. And now the Cougars looking a little rough here. They will get the picks they need, but that was close. I think that was closer than they perhaps wanted it.
Yeah, Swirlhawk had some real opportunity to change the tempo of that fight. With those 2 kills coming in from the self-destruct as well, you're going to get a free remake. Assuming you don't get picked as Baby D.Va, and then, you know, have that entire health pool to just kind of mill around on cart while the rest of your team gets there, which it's not as long a walk back as it is when the cart's first leaving the spawn, but either way, Kansas now going to be looking for a quick engage, a speed boost even as well.
Yeah, they are just stomping through the Cougars' front line right now. Pyrocat able to take some of that damage, actually, and turn it into shields, of course, but they're not going to last too terribly long. Getting a strike back coming from the Cougars, though, off the back of some great plays from Nibley. They are gone and out of the fight, though, at the moment, so nothing left for the Cougars to do but to back off and try again.
But a nice D-back onto Swirlhawk means that now this fight might take just a little bit longer. Kansas, however, always seems to find those early picks. Bencro not going to be able to regroup with their team contest card as early as they wanted, but they will be buying some time for those Dragons.
That they will. The Dragons, unfortunately, not going to hit their mark this time around. Pyrocat coming back with a 2K Gravitic Flux. 4 kills in total, 4 final blows for them. That's a nice little feather in your cap right there as this card starts to round and get to the end of second phase here on Junkertown.
And I don't know if it's intentional this time around, or the Cougars just adapted, but they didn't use as many ultimates as we saw them require to take that first point in Junkertown. Now this card getting quite a ways. It's going to be that Arithma mostly driving. Earthshatter goes out, but it doesn't connect onto much. A great start for Cougars.
Yeah, the Fortify was there just in time to keep Enforcer up. They're going to be able to strike back now, but Bencro Rules has the Blizzard and everybody is frozen. And it's just a shooting gallery again for Kansas Esports. They're going to be able to take control of the cart once again.
Real good awareness from Kansas to hold on to that Blizzard until Lucky Owl finishes with the Transcendence. Meaning that Zenyatta's not going to be able to keep everybody alive while they're frozen sitting ducks. I mean, even if the Transcendence was there, just be the Zenyatta, you could probably get a pin coming in. You could probably get some big damage. But either way, Kansas is still having some huge abilities online, committing just that Blizzard and Dragons. Once again, it's going to be the D.Va self-destruct, sound barrier as well. Definitely some abilities to look out for.
And here comes that self-destruct launch right before that supercharger goes out. It's going to be taken down. A huge Dragon Strike comes out from Reverb. That's going to leave a gaping hole in the composition of Kansas Esports that the Cougars are just going to dive into and exploit. That's going to be this second phase captured now for the Cougars.
The Cougars doing a much better job than they were in the previous match, in previous maps, I should say. Thawne going to be taking a little bit of early damage, but still just applying this pressure to the Hanzo means he can't get up and make that initial point towards the gate. Pyrocat as well putting the tanks in an early bad position.
Wow, when did Pyrocat get back there? I didn't see him play that far through. That caught me by surprise, and I'm sure it caught Kansas as well. So great heads-up play coming out from them, but Kansas Esports, they're not going down without a fight, that is for sure. Lucky Owl has been mitigated, but that looks to be just about it. Enforcer does go down, so things could go the way of Kansas Esports. Now, Pyrocat trying to do everything they can to prevent it, and look at this! Whoa. Pyrocat is 85% to their next Gravitic Flux? What in the world?
Yeah, Pyrocat being an absolute fiend on this Sigma, but you talk about a lot about these cart stalls. Kansas was able to get quite a bit of time at that first point. Not even at that first real point. We don't usually see engagements take too long there. But already a minute and a half, it's like they might as well have captured the second point in overtime, which it did take a little bit of time, but Cougars have a lot of ultimates. They have to try to make it work for them, though.
They certainly do. They're going to throw out the Shatter and the Dragon Strike. Shatter will land. Dragon Strike from Thaw going to be not as effective as perhaps they had hoped. 1 minute left on the clock, and with Enforcer out of the fight, the Cougars are going to back up quick.
They need to, but again, you have enough time to take a nice, calm engagement. Again, Cougars kind of preference here. You have a lot of ultimates online, so do your opponents, but you have significantly more. Especially if Zog's able to start things off by getting a kill onto Neon Socks, forcing out that immortality as well. Also equally valuable. Nice combos already being set up by the Cougars.
There certainly are. Here comes the Gravitic Flux as well as the Transcendence, as well as that Ant Matrix, and it's doing what it needed to do. There's 2 kills now in favor of the Cougars, but they need to translate this into more. Swirlhawk goes down, and that's going to be the rest of them cart back under the Cougars' control, but they spent literally practically everything. It's just the supercharger from Enforcer. It's going to have to be huge.
Infinitely amused at how much Pyrocat gave everybody the high ground on the side of Kansas, but wasn't able to work to their benefit, and now they're going to be able to apply a lot of pressure here. Sound barrier, amplification matrix, all going out, as well have a self-destruct on the house.
Right? It's going to be 1 member down on each side. Fua goes down low. They're taken out of the fight. Now we've got a lot of damage coming in from the high ground from Lucky Owl on that Zenyatta, actually keeping the discords up on key members of the Kansas squad. We're going to see Denizen go down before they're able to get that Shatter online, and now Swirlhawk forced to go over to the Wrecking Ball. They're not going to be long for this world. Dragon Strike to try and stall things, but hey, that's a cap on Junkertown for the Cougars. That's big. This is the best we've seen them all night.
I absolutely have to agree. It just seems like they kind of took the brakes off, like I was saying, and they kind of went for it a little bit more aggressively. Kansas didn't really know kind of how to match the tempo that they've been giving to the Cougars this whole time. I mean, sure, there were times where we saw Cougars perhaps, get a little bit too heavy on the accelerator, commit a few too many ultimates, but in the long game, didn't affect them. They come out 3rd point capped, although it is an overtime if you're on the plus side for Kansas.
Yeah, that is definitely a silver lining, right? Junkertown, very difficult point to capture, so not unusual for it to be not unusual for it to be overtime if it is in fact captured. Kansas, they've got a long road ahead of them now through these winding thoroughfares of Junkertown and that huge field that starts things out. And the Cougars, I think this is like I said before, the best they've looked all so far tonight. And I think in one of the best positions that they've been in as well. This really plays to their strengths.
Oh no, Juggle, right now, I hope you popped your drama meme, because we're about to get what looks like set up on a pirate ship. It's not, I haven't seen this on Junkertown in quite a long time, my friend, and I gotta wonder, is this something that Kansas actively practices, or is this just something they've had kind of in the compositional reserve?
Yeah, I don't know. Typically when I see a Bastion come out, I call it the Desperation Bastion, but, Kansas is not at that point yet, right? They've still got plenty of things they can do, so it's just very curious to me that they're going for the Bastion right off the bat, and it is not working out for them. They go down immediately, along with Denizen. Wasp not able to get in for the res either, but likely they're not going to be looking for one, considering spawn is so close. I thought Fua would swap off the Bastion. Typically, if it doesn't work once, you swap and you go with something else because it's just hard to get set back up on that cart. But no, Fua's gonna force the issue.
And crucially, that first kill, Denizen, means that there's no shield. A Wasp can't even go for the res. There's no body-to-body block as well. That means that the Bastion's going to be killed in permanence. And now Fuga's doing a good job at holding this point. Bencro not going to be able to reliably get a turret down either. And this is kind of the struggle that Pirate Ship has. You're talking about it. Once you kind of get dismantled, it's really hard to recompose yourself.
It really is. The Immortality Field is absolutely going to help things, though, as well. An Ant Matrix, that's terrifying, but Lucky Al doesn't care. Lucky Al takes out Fuma. That the Omnic Monk taking out the Omnic turret this time around. The Cougars are on a tear right now.
The Cougars are definitely showing why Junkertown was their map, and it's finally clicking that maybe Kansas should swap their compositions about halfway through the time of first point, and we're going to be seeing a lot of swaps. We're going to be seeing the Hanzo, we're going to be seeing the Lucio, we're going to be seeing the Reinhardt, so about half, more than half, pretty much everybody but the Torbjorn might just be looking for that Molten Core.
Yeah, although, you know, just a Molten Core, it feels like a much more defensive play. Here comes an aggressive one from Pyrocat.
Oh, no!
Huge! Three kills almost immediately. Fua does find Thog, but that's not going to be enough. This looks like a whole new team, Mr. Waltham.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. We still see so much in their bank, and I have to wonder, is this maybe a bit of carelessness coming in from Kansas? Are they feeling a little bit too good about themselves? Because after your defending phase, I don't think you can.
Right, this is just tremendous. Molten Core thrown out, that's going to take out the Superchargers, so no more extra damage coming in for that squad. And now the Cougars, look at how disrupted their composition is now. The Kansas Esports, they need to collapse on them now, but honestly, they've given them too much time. Now the Cougars are back in formation, and they're striking back. Denizen is already down. The Kansas Esports, they had a moment to grasp and to take, and they let it slip away. And now the Cougars are just striking back like they've done time and time again here on defense.
Yeah, you hinted at it, you said it, and it was the exact case there. Kansas letting the Cougars play in their style that really enables them. You don't want to let them get organized, because when they do, we're seeing the fruits of their labor right about now. I mean, even now, there's only 3 of them. 1 DPS, 1 tank, 1 support, but they all seem to just be playing in tandem with one another, knowing how long they can hold out until the reinforcements come in.
Yeah, and Kansas, they were scared of those 3. They ran away, right? They allowed them to regroup. Here comes another Gravitic Flux, but this time there's a sound barrier in from a Wasp. Dragon Strike thrown in, maybe a little bit too late from Reverb. Well, able to get the pick on the Pyrocat. Now Enforcer using that Supercharger and the Tac Visor coming out from Thog as well. They're getting picks from crazy angles, but they're working. 14 seconds left. I think we might actually be seeing a map 4 here today, Sir Waltham.
Oh my goodness, even if they manage to somehow get a couple of kills, there's no way you don't get it without it being in overtime. That's going to be the timer ticking down. Cougars, not quite out of this just yet, Juggle.
No, they are not. Not by a long shot. I mean, that was the most one-sided map we've seen so far tonight, I think. Mm-hmm. You know, yes, there was that full hold by Kansas Esports on Numbani, but I think this was even stronger, right? Because you don't have that, you know, that static point to fight over, right? It's this moving target, and just beautiful play coming in from the Cougars. They are right back in this, and now they have momentum.
Yeah, and that is something that I think they've been needing quite a bit here, and for me, you know, as any spectator kind of, you know, not within the team, not understanding their comms, I have to wonder, you know, it definitely seems like there was a mental click, and I wonder what that moment was for the side of the Cougars, because I can't comment enough about how much better they looked than we saw them on the previous 2 maps. I mean, the first map, okay, you could say that there were some good shining spots there, but this just looked like a team that
had their moments.
Yeah, this was a team that didn't let the opposing team have any moments at all whatsoever.
Yeah, no, they didn't. I believe every fight on defense was won by the Cougars. And again, I mean, we can say that about Numbani as well for Kansas, but to me, this was still just a more dominant showing. The fights were so much more decisively in the Cougars' favors than I think the fights were on Numbani for Kansas. And, you know, we're moving on to our next map now, you know, where this is the first time, I guess the second time Kansas going to get their map pick. So what are they going to go back to? I believe, was Kings Row banned? I mean, it doesn't matter because we've already seen Escort. We're heading to Assault, I believe, now.
It will have to be Assault.
Yeah, so, okay, if I'm Kansas, I'm going to Hanamura. That's my take. If I'm Kansas, I'm going to Hanamura. Assault doesn't exist. That's right, I forgot. NECC completely nixed that map type for this tournament. So, kudos to them. Let's get a big thank you to them for doing that. So, it's gonna go back to hybrid actually. So we could in fact see Kings Row, but was it banned earlier? Just checking. No, it was Blizzard World that was banned. It is going to be Kings Row. It is going to be Kings Row that we are headed to. So. Yeah, this is going to make things tough for the Cougars, although they did say that this was also one of their favorite maps to play. So I'm curious to see what they're going to show us on Kings Row.
Let's be a little bit fair here, Juggle. 90% of Overwatch players are going to tell you that Kings Row is one of their favorite maps if you ask them. I don't think you necessarily have to do too much analysis on that one, respectfully. But no, there's now this question of, well, not necessarily the map side of things, but the tempo ball is in the court of Southern Illinois now. What do they necessarily decide that they want to roll with? Because Kings Row, it's a map where you can play it very disciplined. If you go the standard compositions, you can definitely just run in there, Reinhardt, Zarya, start working on your rotations, start working on allowing your DPS to get those angles. But looking at Kansas, that might not be the same look we see from them. We know that they're a team that just likes to punch you in the face. And is there a composition that maybe fits into that a little bit favorably?
Yeah, something that brawls, perhaps. You never know. I think if I'm gonna put on my Nostradamus hat here for a moment.
Okay,
I think we're gonna see a double shield going up against a brawl composition. We're gonna have the Cougars on defense first. I think they've shown that they love this comp so much, and with the success that they just had with it on Junkertown, despite the fact that this map is not quite as suited for it, I think they still go for it. Because think about First Point, right? Put that bunker on top of that high ground behind the Mondada statue. It's so hard for the brawl composition to get up there. There's so much time for that poke composition to kite and continue to try and find angles and picks.
I would agree with you, and I didn't expect you to know this when you started the sentence, Juggle, but I just got some top-tier info that apparently we might be having a sub in for the side of Southern Illinois, and it's not just any sub. It looks like it's going to be coming in for Enforcer, who I believe was playing the Orisa role, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's the main tank.
Yeah, so that means that we might be seeing an entirely different stylistic change here, because, when you change up the main tanks, obviously, it's highly likely that the tempo or the playstyle is going to change up as well.
No, you're very, very right. I think I might have to I might have to take off my Nostradamus hat, possibly put it into storage as well, because I think you may be perfectly. This could be them going to brawl, right? This could be them bringing in a Reinhardt specialist and them going to brawl right here, trying to take it toe to toe with this Kansas squad, and that's you know what? I like it. I like the confidence. It's a gamble, right? But I like it. Let's see. I'm curious to see how this is going to play out, and if in fact we are going to see Reinhardt come out now with Kurzak in for Enforcer.
I think I'm quite positive. I think if you're going to swap out a main tank on that, I mean, we see it now. But if you're going to swap out a main tank, you probably don't go a Winston player or a ball player on Kings Row. I think Reinhardt, that's right in the pocket. That's right where you want to go. So the Cougars, we did have the sides swap, I believe. So now they're going to be on the left, starting off on defense. Kansas looking to head out these doors on an aggressive attack. No surprise.
No, they've got Ben Crow rules back on that May, which can be oh so devastating. The Cougars opting not for that, and instead for Thog on the Cassidy, Reverb on the Hanzo. The difference here is there's going to be so much damage going into the Kansas shields, but a lot of that mitigated by that May wall as well. Cougars forced to back up quite a bit, giving one tick away already to the Kansas squad. They're just about to get the second online, and Kansas showing no signs of slowing down. Freeze comes in onto Kurzak. They are out of the fight, and Kansas on a tear through burst.
And I really like the composition we're seeing come out from Kansas, because, you might think, well, there's more damage on the side of the Cougars, but none of that damage matters if Ben Crow's just going to cut your team in half and force half to fight in a really uncomfortable spot, while meanwhile Kansas is still contesting point eternally. And if you don't get any kills, you don't stop the contest, you don't take any space. so far, it seems like Cougar is kind of backpedaling a little bit in the aggression we saw from them early on. That may definitely an amplifier of that.
Certainly, that was a key part of the equation, and the Cougars recognize that, and they're gonna swap Thog over to that Mei as well. Dragon Strike put very well through those streaks, forcing the Cougars to back up quite a bit, and with that space they gained, NECC drops that Amp Matrix as well. So that just means that, look, the card just gets to catch up to the front line. Kansas Esports just did a beautiful job of rotating their ultimates and their aggression to just buy themselves free space. But Whirlhawk is down now. That means Dennison is on the ropes. They're trying to strike back, and they do with a shatter. Kills still coming in, or kills now coming in favor of Kansas. Nibley, they are gone and out of the fight. Lucky Owl does have this Amp Matrix online. They may use it right here to try and stall things out. But the Blizzard from Ben Crow, it might have other ideas. Kansas Esports gonna come out on top on this fight again.
And again, it's another story of these Blizzards just being so effective from Kansas. For a team that describes themselves as aggressive, they certainly do like to slow down their opponents, make sure they can get a nice tail on them. And the Cougars, right now, they're having to climb it back from respawn. We're seeing Thog switch it up a little bit here, deciding that the Mei is not something they want to try to match, but I think that so far the Cougars, at least on Kings Row, had a better matchup on the Mei than anything we've seen Thog on so far.
Yeah, Thog swapping over to this Soldier, it means they're going to want to try and take these off angles, probably putting Reaver on the high ground. Self-destruct coming out. Here comes a Dragon Strike, takes NECC out of the fight, catches Denizen as well, and the Cougars can breathe a big sigh of relief. They needed a fight win.
And that's something I think I'm starting to notice from the Cougars, is that their best zoning tool so far, historically, has not been Kurzak, it's not been Pyro, it's been Reverb's Dragons. Reverb seems so adept at cutting Kansas in half, just like Ben Crow is. The only difference is Ben Crow has cooldown every, 8-9 seconds, whereas Reverb has it every couple of fights.
Yeah, exactly. It's much easier to just use a Mayball, right, to make that space. But NECC's going to make a little bit of their own with the Amp Matrix. That's going to push the Cougars back once again and allow the card to get up to this final corner right here. It is just one stop to completion now for Kansas Esports, and they've got a Blizzard online from Ben Crow. But, Reverb knocks their head off with a tree trunk. Those Storm Arrows doing exactly what they needed to do, and that's a quick retreat from Kansas.
I think Reaver was just trying to get that last little percentage towards their Dragons. It's just an ends to a mean for them. They got to get those tools up. They got to keep them sharp. Staying in the fight longer than Ben Crow is definitely going to help that.
It certainly will. They've still got a couple of ultimates to their name. They've got a couple coming online as well. So the Cougars, they're going to want to take this fight a little bit slower, but Kansas, they don't like to do that at all. They're going to push the issue. They're going to start with a big Dragon Strike right down the middle. That's going to isolate a couple of people. Blizzard thrown in, but Pyrocat is hungry today. There will be no change in the weather forecast here on Kings Row. Self-destruct, though, lands in a big way. That is your main tank and your main source of heals gone. Everybody's gone. It's just Thog with a hope, a dream, a healing station, and their legs to try and get them to point, but that won't even happen.
And it looks like the aspect of Junker Talon being the turnaround point may have just been a little bit of a daydream for the Cougars, as Kansas completing Kings Row with a little less than, a little more than a minute off the clock from when they started. So it's not looking too bad for Kansas. If you're the Cougars, you now have to set an incredible pace to try to match that, or at least not finish in overtime.
Yeah, this is a really tough ask for them, but we saw how they were able to complete the map on Junkertown. Yes, it was in overtime, so they're gonna have to strike a faster pace here, especially because this is hybrid. They at minimum, right, have to finish with a minute on the clock. If they don't do that, they're in a lot of trouble. So much less overtime. If they finish in overtime, then we're back to where we were on New Bonnie, right? To where it's either a win for Kansas or it's a draw. So Cougars desperately need to finish with a healthy time bank here.
And we're going to be taking a few notes from their opponents in Kansas. Once again, Reaver trying to come out on the Mei. Thog going to be sticking it on the Soldier, and I'm not necessarily sure this is the route. If you're talking about damage, You have Mei for the utility. If you're looking at the damage from the DPS, I don't think a soldier outdoes a Hanzo. Reverb instead going to be matching or flicking between the two. Unsure which one they necessarily want to stick with. But rolling out is going to be Thog staying firm on that soldier. And from a personal opinion, I don't really like it. And now it's going to be Kurzak trying to swing fairly heavy. Lucky Owl going to be starting things off with a very nice anti-name to get things off into a great start.
Yeah, that is a huge boon there for Kansas. The fight has swung back in their favor now, but Nibley, they're going to try and force the issue, pushing their team much further forward. In fact, they're going to be able to get the pick on the Ben Crow rules, and the spawn's in their favor. They're going to take this point, and dare I say, potentially just as fast as Kansas did. Oh, Kansas is going to get a recontest, though. Going to be all of the members diving on the point immediately. Kurzak going down low temporarily. They're going to be heal back up. Nano boosted as well. But look at how much damage is going into them. They get the picks. Kurzak goes down. But you know what? The Cougars will, I think, still come away with this fight win as soon as they deal with this frozen Mei right here.
I have this mental image of Neon Socks just going, wow, as a healer, I build ult really fast, and then Lucky Owl just jabs Kurzak with a giant syringe, and this big ol' electrified Reinhardt is just swinging down on the poor support player. And the Cougars are going to now be in a very great spot where they don't have to hold Archway. Pretty much the last fight they're going to have to take is going to be at this final moment in point 2, and that's great for King's Row. The less fights as the attacker, the better.
Ooh, we're going to see the Dragon Strike thrown out from Fua, though. That's going to clear a lot of room and players from the Cougars. Pyrocat goes down as well, and with a 3-player advantage, this is Kansas's fight to lose.
Swirlhawk not even going to be losing at that mech, but Thog, now with this attack visor, has the opportunity to try to wrap around, maybe take out some of those supports. Has to be very aware, though.
Oh.
Neon Sox going to be off at a nice anti-nade start things.
Everything went the Cougars' way that fight. You were talking about Thog trying to find an off angle to get a support. They find Yan Sox immediately. Massive anti-nade hits along with the shatter. What can you do? What can you do at that point? You go back to spawn and you try again. That's what.
And unfortunately, you might not have too much agains to try on this second. Cougars are going to be having that nano. They're going to be having the attack by itself still, but Thog in this very uncomfortable position for Kansas to try to contest.
Oh, they're able to get the nano visor out, and it is doing damage in spades. Fua taken out before they even know what's happening. Dragon Strike in from Reaper, catches 2. And the Cougars, they are not done yet. Denizen trying to chase down Thog, but that's not going to happen. And they are taken out of the fight again. And you know what? The Cougars, they're doing what they needed to do, Sir Waltham. They're doing it.
They really are, and I couldn't be happier for them, Juggles. And you know, the Thog, I can tell, has been working on those Reinhardt dodge trainers. We saw him barely avoid that pin coming in from Denizen. But hey, any port in the storm as long as you're living. And right now, Kansas, this is pretty much their last opportunity to hold. And again, they want to be the ones with the better time bank. And they can do it. Cougars, in fact, have to make a pretty good speed to get to make a parody of it.
Gonna be Kurzak out of the fight. First Dragon Strike comes in from Fua as well. Maybe a little off target, not necessarily isolating too many people, but Lucky Owl is off on the side here. Thog taken out as well. Kansas Esports, they've got the momentum to win this fight. But it, you know, how long-lived is that going to be? Because the Cougars, they're gonna have respawn advantage.
They certainly will. It's going to be Kansas. Have the opportunity to just back up, take their 3 ultimates and just dip back gently for a moment. You have that sound barrier to buy a lot of time. You have Neon Sox who can cut off these early lines of sights, and there we go. I mean, we're seeing it right there. Cougars don't even want to think about taking that battle yet.
More time off the clock. That is great for Kansas Esports, right? They know that the time bank is close now. The Cougars, they came away with a great first and second, but they're getting held up here. We're going to see a blizzard thrown out by Ben Crow rules. The sound barrier there to try and keep them in the fight. Here comes another attack visor from Thog, but it's nipped in the bud by Fua. Going to be a strike back from Reverb as well, so a 5v5. Nice headshot coming out from Reaver. Not going to get the kill, but do a lot of damage. Big shatter from Kurzak. That's going to open things up and get that card to the final corner.
I mean, you got to be praising Reverb right there. 3 kills, 2 headshots, and closing it off with a body to make sure that this fight is won in favor of the Cougars. And now they're going to be so close to those dragons. And I haven't seen a dragon come out of Reverb that I've been disappointed in just yet. Kansas forcing themselves to use that sound barrier early just to take a real aggressive fight.
Oh, wow. It's going to be Pyrocat now with a nano boost. But they're still backing off quite a bit. I don't know if they're going to make a point of trying to push this fight here. 2.5 minutes now on the clock, so Kansas, they're going to have a full minute more, even if Cougars win this fight and capture. But they still have to do that. Amplification Matrix out now. Thog trying to get away from it, takes an off angle to get in some damage. Dragon Strike again from Reaver, nicely played. Self-destruct in from Squirrelhawk. It will find Pyrocat, that's a big deal, but Pyrocat finds Venpro. So, one down from each side, another Dragon Strike from Pua. This one strikes as well. Dennison holding on as hard as they can for Kansas. 2 minutes on the clock now. The Cougars are running out of time.
And I don't want to see this be the spot where the Cougars get held up for 3 minutes plus. It's going to be so unfortunate for them, and it puts you in such a disadvantageous spot on Kansas's attack if you even manage to get it full capped. Dog on this Tracer has been playing a little bit too far in the back end. He doesn't really have too much to worry about stunning him, just that immediate damage. Really want to see him get in there a little heavy.
Hopefully we're going to see that soon. Kurzak now with a nano boost behind them. They've got a shatter ready to go. Are they going to need it? They may not. They may even be able to save that for the next fight. No, they're going to throw it out to clean things up and make it a decisive victory. Now, this last fight, it might be scuffed. It might be scattered coming out from Kansas.
It might be, but I have to think that they're going to get it down to at least 15 seconds or so. That sound barrier is going to come out. There's a May onto the field, the amplification matrix as well. If Kansas don't win this, again, a huge amount of time is still going to be in their favor. It's going to be the immortality field coming out just to try to keep people up.
Thog and Reverb, they are going to combine for a pair of kills, but Reverb is going to lose their footing. Big play from a Wasp. Kansas Esport holds on. We are in last fight territory now for the Cougars, and there's no chance for them to capture with time. This is going to be OT. The best they can hope to do here is draw, if they get that.
And that is still looking like a very lofty goal. Kansas is going to be having that Earth Shatter, and Cougars aren't going to be having their Hanzo Reverb, one of the sharpest tools in the Cougars' drawer right now, and not even on the field to play.
That's huge. That could be what wins this right here and now. Dennison has the shatter online as well. They're gonna throw it out. Pyrocat hits the ground. That allows Ben Crow to throw out the blizzard. Beautiful timing coming out from the DPS player. A couple of picks coming in for either side right now. Thog down to just a sliver of health. Pyrocat lets loose with a self-destruct. It does land. It catches a Wasp. Now there's no supports left for Kansas. We may in fact see an overtime finish coming out here from the Cougars. They have the kills in their favor. Just 2.8 meters left to go. They will find their way back in this incomplete King's Row.
Oh man, if you are the Cougars, that has got to be the most bittersweet moment. If you had that play 3 minutes ago, you'd be extremely competitive with Kansas, but because it took you those 3 minutes to get it on the board, now, again, the best you're looking at is going to be putting no points on the board. The worst, giving your opponent the point. And not just giving your opponent the point, giving your opponent the series as well. Kansas, got to be feeling pretty confident. 3 minutes, 19 seconds, that's more than enough time to get a couple of ultimate rotations in.
It certainly is. This is, Kansas, let's be honest, they're not going to take their time. They have the opportunity to, right? Yeah. But that's not how Kansas plays. They're going to come in hard and fast here, right? So, the Cougars, they're going to have to put up a much more stalwart defense than we've seen from them so far here on either of the hybrid maps that we have gone to, right? Yeah. So everything is on the line here now for the Cougars. They've got to come away with a draw here. Otherwise, it's game over for them. Kansas, they're looking to seal the deal. They're looking to punch their ticket to the grand finals. Let's see what happens, Sir Waltham.
And I feel like finally we're seeing Thog switch it up, go to that May. It is, I think, a brilliant opportunity to try to get some leverage here, but you have to try to manipulate those walls just as great as Bankro is going to. We're seeing some high ground being held by Pyrocat and Nibley as well, but it's not putting enough pressure given that somebody has to start contesting point.
Oh no, Reverb's already down. Thog not looking too long for this word. The Immortality Field has to go out, but it's not going to be enough to save Nibley. The Cougars are getting a few picks here, but the respawns are still heavily in Kansas's favor. That I just have to think this is going to go their way, but no! The Cougars are able to hold on through this first fight. Wow, that was on a nice edge.
That really was, and it's still not over for the Cougars. They have to try to haul butt back to the point as fast as possible because Kansas technically had numbers for the moment until Kurzak started coming in with the shoulder charge, getting to point as fast as possible. Kansas really could have set a tempo here, and I'm honestly a little surprised they didn't, given what we've been talking about with this team.
I am as well, but they're going to take it slow. They're going to take it thoughtfully. It's going to be a couple picks out for each side, but this time, once again, going the way of the Cougars. The Amp Matrix from NECC completely mitigated by the Cougars just pushing through and saying, no, 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 no.
Oh!
Wow.
Reverb getting these dragons online off the back end of that kill onto a Wasp is great. Let's be fair. That can buy you quite a bit of time. If you're able to bisect the team effectively enough, it can buy you more than just a fight. It can buy you a fight and a lot of cleanup as well. The question is, can Kansas manage to find any leverage, get the kill onto Reverb, maybe onto Nibley, anybody, before Cougars are able to fully utilize it?
Right, and right now the Cougars have just shown tremendous resolve, tremendous mental fortitude, right? Kansas is going to be rotating through that high ground now. They're going to look to try and surprise them with this rotation through the back. Flipping the script, turning the tables, making them the attacking team and them the defensive team. Nice Dragon Strike to open things up. That's going to clear a lot of room. Somebody's going to have to touch immediately.
Oh, no.
It's going to be Thawed throwing themselves into an icebox. Big Gravitic Flux. Huge Gravitic Flux. Take that back. Absolutely massive. Another fight win in the books for the Cougars. Now there's less than a minute to go, but look at the ults that Kansas has built.
Kansas definitely sitting on pretty close to a war chest. They did invest those dragons, but you have Barrier, you have Blizzard, you have the Amplification Matrix to set you up, and you have the Reinhardt Shatter to try to close any kills that are even slightly out of position. What do Cougars have? Perhaps one of the greatest defensive ultimates in the world, that Transcendence, but it's not going to prevent you against the burst damage. It's not going to prevent you against something like Swirlhawk's Diva Bomb if it comes out because this fight takes a little too long. All about Kansas getting into position early, though.
They're going to try and close that gap as fast as they can. 19 seconds on the clock. This is their last chance to do it. Nibley, they pop the Transcendence early. That might have been too early. Lucky out, going to try and use the Amp Matrix to make sure that nobody touches point. Here comes the Sound Barrier. There's a pick onto Kurzak. This could be the beginning of the end. Kansas Esports with overtime on the clock. They're coming away with this fight win, but a Wasp is out of the fight. The freeze came in as well from Thog. Reverb striking back, but Fua with the Dragon Strike clears the board. Kansas Esports win. They will go on to the grand finals.
Oh man, what a story that would have been for the Cougars. And I mean, to be fair, it still kind of was a really great story. Kurzak, I see why they brought in the Reinhardt players specifically. No disrespect, but I don't think Enforcer would have done as crack up a job as Kurzak did. Been really good on it. Unfortunately, wasn't quite able to bring it ahead for the Cougars, but still, fantastic performance. Once again, I don't think too many people should be disappointed on either side of the field.
I don't think they should be as well. 3-1 the scoreline again, an echo of what we saw on week 1, Sir Waltham. So at least in the Champions Division, we come full circle. We end as we began with the Kansas Esports coming out on top. They're going to be moving on to the grand finals, and that's going to be a great series to watch. But we're not quite over here yet, Sir Waltham. I believe we're going to see if we can get an interview in here quickly. Anything you want to say to the audience before we send it to a break?
Oh man, much love to both of these teams. It felt like they laid everything out onto the field, and I'm really excited to get to the head of one of them right after this, folks, so make sure you stick around.
fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't playing no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
Well, it's been decided, and Kansas Esports going to go on to the grand finals here in the Champions Division. They go up 3-1 over Southern Illinois University. Congratulations, Wasp. How do you feel coming away with this win?
We're feeling pretty good. I'm pretty excited. I don't know exactly who we're going to verse yet, but if it's Ottawa, we're coming for them. We're coming for them this time.
Right. No, they were the team
like
that
10-1.
Yeah, they were the team. That's insane. They were the team that delivered, I believe, your one loss this season, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, good luck going up against them. But let me ask you a quick question about this game before we start looking to the future. You took on this this Southern Illinois team week 1, right, of this tournament. And here you are back in week, never mind, the postseason, and you're facing them again. Same score line at the end. But what I want to know is, were you all worried after that Junkertown? Because the Cougars looked tremendously strong there. Did you feel like you had to change anything as you moved on to Kings Row?
Uh, I think it was just unlucky, just bad decision making. It was just the only change that happened there was just, all right, guys, reset mental. We are still good players. That is one map, and as you can see on Kings Row, it got a bit hectic. I will say that the second to last fight was my fault. I forgot to amp speed, but
we won't tell anyone. We won't tell anyone. Your
okay,
secret is safe with us.
good. No one's okay. Good. No one knows. Okay.
Yeah.
It just quick mental reset. All right, back in it, and then we just played our game and just went through the normal decision making. Just I think a lot of teams freak out usually is like, oh my god, we're gonna get reverse sweep, and they're more like scared of like a reverse sweep than like just come on, we can still do it. We are able to do it. Let's just do it.
And I guess kind of along that mindset of let's just do it. When Juggle was talking to your team a little bit about some information, for us to kind of peruse over before the broadcast, Kansas mentioned that they're a little bit more of that aggressive team. They just like to press the gas pedal and go. How did that kind of falter on Junkertown? Because I feel like we didn't see that. The pirate ship's not necessarily one of those super aggressive ones.
Yeah. So it's a bit hard, I will say, admittedly, to put a Rhine and like a Lucio onto the high ground of Junkertown. That was a bit creative. Maybe we got a bit too creative there, but that aggression, I think that's what I was saying. It was like, it was just, we're in the lead now. We can, we can get a bit creative here, but we got too creative, one might say. And that aggression turned into I don't even know what. Just the aggression was gone. So we were like, what are we doing? And then we just, played our game on Kings Row, and the aggression's back, full force, and that's what you saw.
Now, I want to ask about the future, about, what kind of research you're going to be doing on your opponents, but we don't know who that is yet, or at least you and I don't. So I do want to ask, in the regular season, what does Kansas's kind of practice routine look like? Is it very VOD review based? Is it focused on you guys? What's the deal?
So there are a lot of tournaments that I discovered this semester that collegiate teams can play in. So it turns out when you keep playing matches and they're always high stakes and you're going against like 4.3K teams and then you end up beating them, we're like, what is going on? And it's like a confidence, not that like, oh, we're so good. It's like a confidence in our teammates. And it's like, yeah, we can take maps and matches off of high teams, our teams, lower teams. It's like oh my god, I forgot the I don't know how I forgot the question, to be honest, but I was going somewhere with that. I don't know.
It's quite all right. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, a lot of maps.
Okay.
That's it.
There you go.
Just the grind. Never get off the grind.
It's literally like comp. It's just lock in and just keep playing, and you will pick up stuff along the way.
Oh, that's fantastic. You picked up a big win today along the way, setting yourself up for the grand finals. Before we let you go, so that you can go celebrate with your team, just one final question for you. Do you have anybody you'd like to shout out? Any friends, family, teammates, whoever you'd like?
I'd like to shout out Slater, Chocolate, Lightwolf, I guess my one friend Jason, who when I'm playing ranked would come in behind me and just stand there. I'd be in my room with my door closed, and he would just stand there. And I'm like, oh, I can't believe I fed against that Zed. What the? And then he's just there, He's like my conscience, but he doesn't talk to me. He just, but yeah.
He just judges you silently from behind.
Yeah. And shout out to Sign Gang, always, motivating me. And shout out to just the general KU community. for supporting us, and it's very nice to see support. Like, you wouldn't expect a lot of support for an esports program, but I'm really like lucky and really happy that I go here.
Lawrence is a wonderful city. I've been there several times. So, yeah, a great place to be. Sounds like you've got an amazing community wrapped up around you, not just the team, but everybody else as well. So, kudos to you all. Congratulations. Love that you've got such a thriving esports program, and good luck to you in the grand finals.
Thank you.
You bet. Well, Sir Waltham, that's going to wrap it up for us tonight. A couple of great matches here. Before we send everybody on their way, Sir Waltham, any final words for the audience?
Oh man, despite the scoreline, this felt like it very easily could have been one of those maps that we see go to the full 5, or, maybe a couple draws get thrown in there. We see a 6th, wouldn't have been happier, but either way, a big congratulations to the victorious teams tonight. An entertaining set of games, and, for my first cast on NECC, I'm definitely very impressed by what I see here.
Oh, absolutely. A great community here, great organization. Love everybody here. Big thank you to our producers as well. First time working with these two as well, so that was exciting. Peak and PD, thank you so much for what you do as well, and to the rest of NECC. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Once again, my name, Warren Jungle God Hammond. This is Sir Waltham. GG's, and see you next time.
Never break, always fight, never quit. Do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?